There was undoubtedly a hell of a lot of banging going on, and those are the bangs we know about. What about the bangs we don't know about? Doors banging. Doors could have easily banged as well. For example, the front door. The front door was found open. When the neighbors came in, the front door was open. Now, if you think about Oscar's explanation for this, it doesn't really make sense either. Oscar basically said he'd shot Reeva and he was attending to her, and then sort of in the middle of that he got up and he ran downstairs to open the door so that the neighbors could come in. But nobody would do that. Nobody would do that. So it does raise a question: if that's not true, if that's not the case, why was that door open? And one of our theories is basically that Reeva actually did get out the house. Reeva did leave, but she maybe didn't have her car keys, or maybe she needed something, and so she had to come back into the house. Yeah, I've got a feeling Reeva. You must remember, Reeva's able-bodied, and she's fit and she's strong. And if she really wanted to leave, she could have. Especially if Oscar's on his stumps, and I believe there was an argument, and I also believe that the argument would have involved pushing Oscar where he's now no longer on his prosthetic legs, which would have made.
Okay. So, have you ever seen that before, Lisa?
I have, yes.
Oh, have you? Okay. No,
yeah.
But I mean that particular interview that I showed to you.
You have.
Oh, have I? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Lisa, I just want to welcome you to the 10th anniversary of certainly my involvement in true crime. How long have you been in true crime?
I looked last night. I think it was like 2013 that I started my blog. So it's basically 10 years for me too. So yeah.
And
you and I met in 2014. So 10 years equally working on true crime. Although I'm retired now.
I'm semi-retired, or almost semi-retired.
And 9 years knowing you.
And what's also amazing is we independently both got dogs at almost the same time.
Yeah. They are definitely a bright spot in a crazy world.
And we are similar age as well. We both Generation X's, yeah.
Yeah, yep.
So the point of this live is to really remember how our journey, not just my journey, your journey, our journey, how our journey into true crime started, and then also how true crime itself has sort of evolved, and that sort of involves you guys watching. So welcome to all the members. This is a members only discussion. We are going to share some additional footage you may not have seen, and also some of the blogs, because remember that's how we started as bloggers. Some of the blogs that we think are some of the most significant contributions we've made. And then also we just want to talk in general about how true crime itself, the community, the whole thing has changed over time. In some ways for better, in some ways not so much. Okay. Can you hear me?
Me? Or everybody else?
Okay, so I'm going to deal with the chat, but the first thing I want to say, almost as an introduction to this, is the same thing I said to you a few minutes ago, kind of off camera. As I said, I don't think I would have been in true crime whatsoever if it wasn't for Reeva. Like, for example, if somehow we had connected in some other way and you'd said, hey, don't you want to write about the Jodi Arias case? I probably would have said, nah, I don't think so. And I think the fact that we were looking at Reeva, and Reeva was in a way someone I could identify with. I studied law and I ended up becoming a freelancer. She studied law, ended up becoming a freelancer. She was quite caught up in sport. I was quite caught up in sport as well. But the fact of the matter was, I was interested in her and her story. And I think the fact that her story was, what's the word? She was in a way silenced. In fact, at the end of this whole case, Oscar was found guilty not even of killing her, but of killing a nameless intruder. So if the idea was to take her out of the story, even the legal narrative, if that was the idea, then someone succeeded in that. And I think that was the current against which you and I were swimming up against. I mean, that's why we had Reeva on the cover of every single book that we wrote. That's why we had her name or initials RS in every single book that we did. And in other words, we came in to speak for the victim. And I think that is the best way to come into true crime, is to deal with a narrative that is not the narrative that's out there. It's not the mainstream media narrative. In this particular case, it wasn't even the legal narrative. Ultimately, it wasn't even the legal narrative, Reeva's story, what happened to Reeva.
There's so much that gets missed in mainstream media. They're covering like the surface of the case. They, that's their job, and they have a gazillion cases to cover every day. So it's just, they get the news, they filter through it. And when you are people like us that are, spending hours and hours and hours daily digging into the details of these crimes and, doing suspectology and victimology and truly trying to understand the psychology of all of it. There's just so much more that we know. And not to jump ahead, but one of the moments for me that will always stick out over the course of our entire journey together, if I had to put together a list, was, meeting Barry and June Steenkamp. And you and I were equally blown away by how much they didn't know about the case, their daughter's own murder. And, on some reflection of that, I think, realize that it's like, they're just literally trying to survive. They're trying to survive their loss. And so there's only so much that they can deal with on a daily basis. But yeah, that was really eye-opening to me, like how much information we had. And I think once you have information, to some extent, you feel a responsibility to make the narrative right and truthful and whole to the public. And that was always kind of driving us in the background. I think there's a lot of true crime now that they claim to be victim centric. Are they really? I would beg to differ on that. I think if you're truly trying to tell the truth of a case, you want to tell the truth of all of it. It's not just getting justice for a victim. It's really telling the truth, the whole dirty truth of it. And it's a hard process to go through, but we need it more than ever. So yeah, that's a good memory there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how we've aged, right? And what is definitely quite sad is when you see Barry and June today, you can see how what has happened to them has really aged them, right?
Yeah.
They're really broken people today, both of them. Really
that was 2015, so this would have been 2 years after the murder. She was killed in 2013. Of course, the trial began in 2014, and through the series of the trial, appeal after appeal, all of that, it took a couple of years. But yeah, this was about 2 years after her murder.
Yeah, I don't know what you would say about this, but I would think that our approach, your approach and my approach, independently and collectively, has always been to keep it real. It's always been to be gritty and authentic, and to, as you said earlier, not about trying to sensationalize the story. The story is already high profile. There's no need to embellish it. There's no need to exaggerate anything. There's no need to try and add anything to it. It is what it is. And so we always came with the approach of really what is real, what is the real story. It's quite innocent. Just what did fucking happen in the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I must say, and that I think that spirit carried through this case. Also, like, you kind of got the idea that Reeva was actually even though she was a model, she was a very authentic person within that industry.
Mm-hmm.
Her Facebook was very genuine, and it wasn't like this. I don't know. Some people's Facebook is superficial and shallow and banal, and yet hers had art in it, and it had genuine feeling, and it had genuine things that when you put together in a narrative, you were touched by it. And I don't know how many people in the world, if you put their Facebook posts together, would be anything anyone would really want to read. You know, like LOL, ha ha ha, whatever. You know what I mean? It would just be this. Whereas hers was really cogent and intelligent and sensitive and meaningful, right? And we sort of took that whole thing and you know, we kind of said, let's treat what we're dealing with seriously, and let's also be real about this very difficult thing of what actually happened here. And I must say, I think that's the thing that's disturbed me the most in terms of my true crime journeys. While I've tried to, and the way you and I, when we work together, we try to just find out what that golden thread was. That's really all we're trying to do. Just expose the golden thread. It's already there. Let's just bring it to the surface. And when you look around us, almost, and it's so true, especially on YouTube, it seems like everybody else has an agenda, right? You know what I mean? Like, everyone else has got a horse in the race. Either they're on the side of lying and deception in terms of the criminal side, but even if they are supposedly truth tellers, they are in some way trying to get themselves somewhere. So they're trying to exaggerate, sensationalize, manipulate in some way. In other words, they actually forget about the story that they're trying to tell, and it actually becomes about them, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think going back to real quickly what you were saying about, you know, Reeva and who she was, it's actually really central to the story and the motive of what we believe is the motive of what actually happened. I think a lot of people simplify it and think it was just, you know, a fight over cheating, lovers, whatever. But there's actually quite a bit of evidence that, you know, where they were in their lives and their careers that we believe played a big part in kind of the crumbling of their relationship, which was actually a very short relationship. That's the other thing a lot of people don't know. It was like 3 or 4 months, and that's about it. So, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of evidence that showed that Reeva was really on a good course, a course to achieving some, you know, high milestones she had for herself. And, you know, Oscar was all about what he was doing in his life and wanting to control her. So yeah, I think, you know, it's important to really kind of put her front and center, not only from the perspective of being a victim, but from actually fully understanding what happened that night and why it ended up the way that it did. I mean, I think he really was like, you know, not only silencing her, but controlling her in the end, you know, had the last say.
Do you remember, like, what came up again and again and again and again and again was, it's all about Oscar.
Yeah.
All the media coverage is all about Oscar. When Oscar was talking, it was all about Oscar. In the trials, it was all about Oscar. Everything about that he experienced, because he was this global superstar. And it was never about Reeva. Yeah. But the other thing that's so true about what you've just said is, you know, like, you can talk about the trial and you can talk about the legalities, and you can talk about the evidence. But the one thing you very seldom hear is, because Reeva was the kind of person that she was, as you've just said, because she had integrity, because she was kind of a moral person and a conscientious person. I mean, the day that she died, she was going to give a speech to a school about standing up for yourself as a woman. Yeah. But the thing that, and you and I have had this conversation, Oscar was basically inviting her to go on his journey, like to go to Manchester, and you would imagine 90% of other women in her position would have jumped at that. Other models would have said, yeah, I'm going to jump onto the gravy train, or I'm going to make it easy for myself. I'm just going to go with you, and because she was struggling financially, her parents were struggling financially. She wasn't like this big celebrity that had made it. She was literally still in that struggling phase of her career. It was starting to improve, and if she wanted to make her life easy, she could have just dropped that and said, Oscar, sign me up, and it would have been very easy. Go and stay in hotels, appear on camera, rub shoulders with South Africa's biggest celebrity at the time. And then she could even have been this calculating person to say, I don't really like Oscar, I don't really like that he's got a disability, but 1 year with him will set me up for life, kind of thing. And yet she did the opposite. She said, Oscar, I can't abandon my clients. I can't leave my, I can't sort of, I've got contracts with Nimaway and all these other people. And a lot of other models would have just said, screw that, that's pocket money compared to what I can do. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think Oscar just didn't anticipate that. He didn't anticipate she's also a person. She also has a life. She also has her own dreams. She's an independent person. And I think that's the other thing, is she was one of the most sort of mature girlfriends that he'd ever had, right? The other
easily by like 10 years plus. Yeah.
And so when he encounters her, he thinks, well, if he snaps his fingers, and he's so used to it, everybody jumps, the media jumps, everybody jumps. And was someone who didn't really jump. She was like, I would like to be part of your life, but and the other thing was she'd had a previous relationship with Warren, where Warren went overseas, and she didn't really like that. And she was like, let's start a life here. Let's build a life here. I want to start, I want to have a career, but I also want to invest in a person. And if you're going to kind of be flitting around overseas, is that going to be a serious relationship, right? And so it takes maturity in a situation where you've got those opposing forces to figure it out. And Reeva it could have been a month or 2 or 3 months later, she may have thought, you know what, I think I am going to go overseas after all. And she may have changed her mind or whatever. But it takes a mature person to kind of figure their way through that labyrinth,
Yeah, I think just to kind of go back to the beginning a little bit, when we, how you were saying, like, you don't think that it was never by design that we kind of did the cases that we did and we talked about them the way that we did. It just kind of organically happened that way. You were doing a mix of writing and photojournalism and all sorts of stuff. At the time that I met you, you were actually working on your 4th book, your 4th Oscar book, and I was blogging. I was out of work. It was about March. Yeah. So March of 2014 is when the Oscar trial started. And at the time I was out of work and looking for work, and you know how fun of an experience that is. So I'm dealing with, the daily barrage of sending resumes and interviews and rejections and, feeling like a big old loser and wanting to do something significant and feel, just feel productive and, kind of bring myself back to life a little bit. And I already had the blog started, the Juror 13 blog started. I'd only done like 1 or 2 cases on it. And I thought, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to follow this trial. I loved watching trials. I had been watching trials for years. And I was a fan of Oscars. And so that's where like this all started. You were friends with Reeva on Facebook. And I was a fan of Oscars. I watched him in the Olympics. I rooted for him. I watched him on the Today Show. I thought he was very charming. I was charmed by him. And ultimately, like anytime somebody in your life disappoints you and shocks you, when I found out Oscar killed his girlfriend and I saw the door, knowing crime and knowing people and looking at the situation. I mean, I just knew. I was like, he killed her. And I felt duped and I wanted to understand why. How did that happen? Right. That's kind of what it was like born out of. So, so, I for a couple of months, that's all I did was watch a trial and write and watch a trial and write. I'd be up all night long because, of course, the time difference. The trial would be on in the middle of the night, and I'd be watching it. And then
now you know what it feels like for me, because I'm constantly going to deal with the time difference.
Exactly. Yeah, I was living your life. That's true. And then I got a job. Right before the end of the trial, I got a job. So then, made it a little bit more complicated to to keep up with it, but I did. And then it was in July that somebody told you about Juror 13. There was a piece of evidence that it was specifically.
Can I jump
you want to stop me?
So,
okay.
So two things. Have you still got the same job?
No. That was, let me see. That was a couple of jobs ago. But yeah, where I'm working now, I've been with for 6 years.
What was the job you were doing at the time?
It was marketing.
Just another marketing job. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm in events now, but it was like marketing and events. Now I'm just in events.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember when we met, I've got a little bit of a marketing background. I studied brand management, and so that was something we kind of had in common, that aspect. The other thing we had in common was the blogging aspect, right? But I wanna pause on what was for me the sort of I don't want to call it the jackpot moment, but the eureka sort of moment. So if someone had to ask me, how did you and Lisa meet? I probably would have said, well, about a month after Reeva was killed, people started saying you need to talk to Juror 13. I didn't actually realize it was actually more than a year later that so the Oscar trial had been, the
trial was over, basically.
Yeah, well, the story was sort of building and building and building, and I'd kind of done my own independent articles. I can show you some of them in a moment, but I'd already started writing books. And I think, as you say, I was surprised when you said, by the time I was working on Revelations, you were actually part of that investigative process.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that, like, if you just had to say, well, what contextually, what information was related to me meeting you? I can remember that like it was yesterday. I remember the visual like it was yesterday. I don't remember the exact time of it, but I remember. And let me see if I can bring that up. I think it's this image. So what I remember very well was I was covering the Oscar trial. I was writing about it. I think I was tweeting a lot about it. There was a lot on Twitter. And then I just got like a lot of people starting to say, you need to talk to Juror 13. And eventually started irritating me. It's like, no, because it's like, who the fuck is Juror 13? Like, I didn't know if there's a man or a woman.
That'd be a good t-shirt.
I didn't know where in the world Juror 13 was, because it's like a pseudonym. And I mean, that was my early introduction to true crime. You're going to be dealing with a lot of people, you don't actually even know what their real names are. I mean, I've had patrons on Patreon for years, and you still don't know actually what their real names are. And you consider them to be friends, and you consider them. So it was like, Juror 13, you need to talk to Juror 13. And then I think eventually I was just like, how do I talk to Juror 13? And then I think the thing was, well, here is her blog. So it was like, not even here's her email address or whatever. It was, well, just go to her blog. And then somewhere along the line, I went to your blog and I typed a comment, and I think I thought like, yeah, right, she's going to read this. Or I didn't know if it was a he or a she. It's like, yeah, right, what is the chance? And then very quickly you did actually respond.
No, I actually blew off your first email. You had to write a second one, and then I responded.
And it was like kind of, I can't remember how I came across, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was quite sort of cynical. Like, what is this all about? What is it that you found? Like, what is the big deal kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And then if you look at the image on screen,
there's another one too, Nick. Do you have the other one with like it's panned further out? And you can see the bathroom windows. Okay.
I'm going to show that one. I first want to show the disappointing image, right? Okay. So I think you showed me this image, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But in like a bad way. Like, so what? What is that? Mm-hmm. And you were like, "Do you know what that is?" And I was like, "Looks like a pair of jeans on the floor." Mm-hmm. And I think it didn't take me some convincing to realize what I was looking at.
Yes and no. You weren't like, you know, yeah, I think momentarily you're like, what is that? But then there's the other picture where I explained to you that like significant because these are women's pants clearly, and they are directly underneath the bathroom window where Reeva was killed. So when you pan out and you look at the other picture of it, you can see like the upstairs windows that you're going to see in the next picture that Nick will show you. The room where what?
I am going to show you that picture. I just want to slow it down slightly. Okay. So I was like, okay, so how, again, and I've always been like this, what's your source? Like, where did you get this information? Like, how do I know this is not a picture of jeans you took at home or whatever? So it's like, where did you, what's the story about this? And you said, because I was watching the Oscar trial myself, and I was like,
I can tell you.
I didn't see that. And you were like, well, there was a period in the trial where they were simply just entering in the evidence. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I watched that. I didn't see this. Mm-hmm. And you were like, hold on. So they were just going through the evidence, that, and the next thing. And I was like, but I don't remember that. I was watching. I don't really remember that. And you kind of were like, okay, well, that's, and then I went and saw it, and I was cheapers. And that's kind of where I had that sort of epiphany of, Jeepers, you have great attention to detail. You're 100% right. And you saw something that was almost like the entire world didn't see. And that really blew my mind. Just like, well, that was right in front of us. And all of us kind of tuned out, and you actually caught that.
Yeah. And do you know, they never discussed it at trial. It was like, I think one of my strong points and, helped with the work that we did together is that I'm like a freak about like squirreling away, like finding and squirreling away information and pictures and social media posts and stuff like that. Like whenever there's a crime, like I go nuts, like collecting information. Like if you could see my phone, like the amount of pictures, it's actually kind of funny. You know, when you go into your photo album and you can like search like people, like your favorite people, like it shows you the little thumbnail of their face. Most people have thumbnails of like, their family, their dog, whatever. Like mine are like all killers. Like, it's actually kind of creepy. Like, this is what's trending in my phone. But anyway, so I screen grabbed literally like everything going on during the trial. And I saw these jeans and was like really shocked that nobody was talking about this. And they didn't address it. They didn't ask, the what's his name now? I think it was like Van Staden or something like that, who was the one of the investigators on scene. So he's on stand. They're putting into evidence all these pictures that he took while he was there, and they never asked him about it. And so you and I had always kind of tucked away. What are these genes? Can we ever find information about them? And we did ultimately ask June Steenkamp when we saw her in person, if she knew if these were Reeva's genes, if she knew anything about it, and she did not. She had no idea either. So to this day, we still don't know for sure whose genes those are. But to me, I'm one of those people that says quite often, there really aren't coincidences. I mean, maybe a few, but not many when it comes to significant details. And the fact that those are women's genes directly below the toilet room that Reeva was killed in, for me, was just really interesting. Is it something she threw out the window in the midst of the fight? How did those get there? Why are they there?
I think there are a couple of possibilities here. Mm-hmm. I think the first possibility I thought of, which in a way is a bit absurd, but I guess it's possible, is that Reeva was trapped in the toilet, and she was waving those jeans out the window, almost like a flag, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's because it's directly below. If you look where those jeans are, it's directly. That is the that's the toilet where she died. That's the bathroom right next to it. And if you look, that looks like it's fallen directly below the toilet, right? So I thought maybe she couldn't get out the window, but she was sort of waving the jeans like that. Maybe at that point she was wearing those jeans or whatever. I don't know. But I think another possibility is those aren't her jeans, and she found those jeans and she was like confronting Oscar. What are these jeans doing in your room? They're not my jeans.
Yeah.
Maybe they are Baby Shoes jeans, right?
Yeah. So Baby Shoes is Jenna Ekins, and that was Oscar's ex-girlfriend, who he was very actively still talking to right up until the time that that Reeva died. And she also came to trial and supported him throughout it as well. They maintained their friendship. But one other quick thing I want to mention about them, another possibility, you talked about this earlier. Did Reeva ever actually make it outside? The voice evidence in the trial, there was a number of neighbors that gave testimony about what they heard that night, and they were all from like varying angles of like the house. Like some of the neighbors were in the front of the house, some of the neighbors were in the back of the house, and it's interesting what they heard based on where they were situated and if their windows were open, not open. The lady who was directly across the street, like actually even closer than the Stips, Mrs. Vandermeer, who was directly across, like a little bit to a right angle of the house, heard fighting, like, you know, arguments like an hour before Reeva was killed. And
she said it irritated her. She said that the constant cha-cha-cha just irritated her.
But one of the things that stood out to me, like hearing the different testimonies and what people heard at what times, to me meant that they were traveling throughout the house. The argument wasn't static. It wasn't just in the bedroom. It was very likely. And this, you know, think about how your own habits when you're like fighting with somebody, you tend to move, right? You're not just sitting in one place. People get frustrated. They storm away. They come back. You know, that's kind of like the nature of an argument. So I get the sense that, like, number one, that the voice evidence shows that they were moving about the house, but also the physical evidence. You know, there was other things when you talk about, you know, you mentioned like all the various banging and stuff that's going on during the course of this incident. There was other than the bathroom door, there were things in the bathroom that were bashed in. There was a metal plate on the bathtub that we saw pictures of that was like inexplicably bashed in. And Oscar's bedroom door, not the bathroom door, but his actual bedroom door also had a bullet hole in it from a different gun. And there was a lot of back and forth about that at trial too. Of course, he claims it was at a different time. He was horsing around guns, you know, whatever. But there's all this other like kind of damage and things around the house that you get the sense that it was a very fluid situation that night.
So if you look at the headline on screen now, 3 shots, screams, silence, 3 more shots. And I think that kind of is the summary of the whole case and the whole trial. And what was quite interesting was the way Barry Rue made the shots sound like bangs and the bangs sound like shots. You know what I mean? And the screams became Oscar screams and all that kind of thing. And amazingly enough, the judge actually accepted that explanation. If I could rewrite this headline, I would say 4 shots, screams, and then 3 more bangs or something like that, right? I'm not sure if there were really bangs, shots, and then bangs again, but there definitely were shots and then bangs. And the bangs were the cricket bat breaking down the door that is just shot through the door. And you know, what a lot of people don't realize is by doing that, he was destroying the evidence. You know, by doing that, and they had to reconstruct that door afterwards. They had to regather all the splinters, in order to reconstruct what actually happened. And there's no reason why he had to break down the door to the extent that he did. He could have broken away one panel. There was even talk that the door wasn't actually locked. There's talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was, and I hope I'm not jumping ahead too much, but this was, when I say this, you're going to be like, if you hadn't thought about it, you're going to be like, oh, I definitely remember that now. When we met June and Barry in South Africa at their pub, the Barking Spider, is the name of the place that they owned. June at times was like, she'd be kind of in a fog and then she'd kind of come back and, so you would talk to her and there was times she was there in the conversation. Then other times you could tell she was like kind of mentally somewhere else. But I will tell you the one time that she was absolutely adamant, looked us in the eye, did not waver, was adamant about this, was that Reeva had Oscar's phone in the toilet cubicle. And she said it and she meant it. And we were kind of like, okay, wow. Like she knows this for a fact. She wasn't guessing. She wasn't saying it was fact. So that makes perfect sense. I mean, he was not only needing to manipulate the scene, which he did, we know that he kind of per some of the testimony that he kind of ran back upstairs while there was a bunch of commotion going on. I don't know why he would need to run back upstairs. So there's, some sense of him manipulating the scene, but there was also this absolute desperation to get into that cubicle. And it's not because he needs to save Reeva, who he very intentionally just shot 4 times. It's because there's something else in there that he needs to get at.
The phone.
Yeah, there was some serious shenanigans with the phones. I don't know. It's you have to go back and refresh on my memory. But remember how many different phones there were? There were phones in the bathroom, phones downstairs.
They struggled to get
it was a big
Oscar's
mess.
phone as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too deep into the evidence because we could spend
I know
hours and hours just dealing with that.
Yeah.
But I just want to clarify that the prosecution's position was that there was an argument, but ultimately the legal narrative found that Oscar killed an intruder. The prosecution believed that it was premeditated, but ultimately it was found to be that Oscar killed an intruder, dolus eventualis.
Well, that he killed someone. That he killed someone, right? That they can't say that his intention was to kill Reeva, that he intended to kill someone.
So one of the things I imagined was that I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the actual toilet light didn't work, and so if the whole house was in darkness, and I do think that there were lights on at certain points. I'm going to touch on that in a moment. I want to play a clip, but if the door was closed and it was nighttime and the light didn't work, and you had a phone on, then you could probably tell where that phone was under the door. In other words, you could see the reflection of the phone on the tiles under the door, and in that way you could have a sense on what side of the door the person is without actually seeing them. And I kind of said this very early on, that I thought Oscar was shooting at where he thought the phone was, almost like because there's something on the phone that he didn't want Reeva to see, right? And this was a very critical time in the whole thing. He was about to get massive sponsorships and so on. And so what if that came to light, what would that mean? Truth, efficiency, welcome. A couple of new members here. So Lisa, I want to play a quick clip, and then I'm going to let you talk, and then I'm actually going to go to my other computer. I emailed certain images of the trajectories through the door that I just want to touch on.
Okay.
And then I think we must go back to our 10-year journey.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to play a quick clip. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's over here. But what this does is it brings to life the sights and sounds of actually what happened that night. This isn't just a story. It's not just theory. It really happened. Someone really experienced this. Lisa, if you can saw some of those laser trajectory images and email it to me, while we're watching this, that would be cool. But if you can't, it's fine. I thought I did email it to myself, but I can't find it right now.
Okay. Do you mean from court, like when they were in court, the trajectories through?
Yeah, the laser. The police took photos of the laser through the door. Not in court. It was on the scene.
Yeah, they used dowels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Let me look. Yep.
Okay.
It was awful to hear a shout before the shots. I told him everything I heard. And then I said to him, it's very difficult for me. When I'm in the shower, I relive her shouts.
You said to him that when you're in the shower, you relive the shouts.
Of terrifying screams.
That was Michelle Berger's testimony on the 4th of March, 2014. Now, for me, the entire Oscar trial really hinged on two details. And the first was, did a woman scream at any point during the evening, at any point? Also, were the lights on? Also at any point during the evening when they were supposed to be sleeping? Did a woman scream and was a light on? And, as far as I was concerned, within the first 45 minutes of the trial commencing, the Oscar trial, both those questions were answered. And, a woman was screaming a lot, and lights were on prior to the shots going off. And it seemed pretty open and shut to me. And so it was a shock, the result. It was shocking that in Oscar's version, he silences Reeva, and he not only silences her, but he also extinguishes her. He makes her invisible. She's it's pitch dark, so you can't see her. She makes no sound, and in fact, the only screaming is his screaming, and he screams like a woman. And what was even more appalling after that was that the judge accepted this version. Judge Masip actually dismissed all the eyewitness testimony, and basically saying, well, it wasn't completely clear, so we're gonna dismiss all of it. And I thought that was pretty unsophisticated of her. And so I guess what followed those revelations in March was the sort of consistent narrative from the defense and from Oscar that Reeva was just completely extinguished in the whole thing. Everything was all about Oscar, and this disturbed me. And
Okay, so I think we'll play that as far as that. So thanks a lot, Lisa. Lisa sort of provided some of those images that I was looking for. This is one of them. And that is why the door is so valuable, because once they found the door, they could actually, they were able to actually look at not just on the one side of the door, but the other side of the door. They were able to track the ballistics of the bullet through the door. And in that way, you could, kind of in a scientific way, you could see exactly the angle of the bullet through the door. So the angle where the shooter was standing, also where the victim was, because you could look where Reeva had wounds on her body, her hip, her head, and through part of her finger. And then you could also tell what the angle was. And what was quite surprising was it was a slight, all of the shots were like a slight downward angle. If you think about it, if you're shooting someone in a closed room and you hit them, well, what's going to happen after that? They're going to fall to the floor. So the shooting wasn't down and up, down and further down and further down. And she eventually fell in a magazine rack, right? And so this really brings home the terror that Reeva actually experienced. She's in this dark room, and there's someone on the other side with a gun, and then these were literally her last moments of life. That gives you a perspective from the shooter's perspective. Of course, you've got to close that door. I don't know if you know this, Lisa. Did you know that I actually had my sister? I bought a door, and I had my sister. I sort of measured it out in my garage, the confines of the toilet. I had my sister pose, and then I measured the wounds that were on Reeva that we'd seen on the autopsy thing, and I measured the exact measurements onto the door, and also put rods right through, but this time I actually had the rods going into where my sister was standing. And that's the level of detail and research I put into researching this case. And I think I really covered that in the final book, Justice Eventualis. Can I ask you a question? I don't know if we spoke about this. Did you ever think about was the shooting? If you look at this image, I wonder if I can rotate it. Maybe if I do it like this. No, it's not going to allow me to do that. Yeah, I kind of want to rotate it, but basically that would be left to right, and that would be right to left. If you're following me, if you on the other side of the door, do you follow what I'm saying?
Sorry, from his you're talking about from his vantage point, shooting him shooting right to left would be like, you know, closest to the wall, moving towards the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think, what's your opinion? Do you think he was shooting right to left or left to right? He's on that
I actually,
side.
yeah, no, I know what it is. And I'm just trying to remember now. Once upon a time when I was like really fresh on this case, I knew it well. There is some, like, the ballistics evidence, the ballistics and the gun and the trajectory evidence at trial was really strong. It was really well done. Yeah, sorry, I would need to refresh my memory. I can't remember, but there was a pause, and this was
Yeah, just two shots. And
no,
then
it was no, it was one. And remember the neighbors testified to this. So there was one shot, and then a pause, and then three more.
okay.
And so one of the shots misses her. The first shot hits her. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and again, I need to refresh my memory a little bit, I believe the first one was the hip shot. And that's what causes her to start falling. The second shot missed her and hit the corner of the wall. And then as she's falling down, the next shot hit her hand and her head, which showed that, like, her hand, as people do, she's defending herself. Her hand was like this, and she was shot like in the webbing of her finger, and then of course shot in the head. And it wasn't like these shots aren't really high in the door where a person standing upright you would imagine would be shot. As you said, she's falling to the ground, and he's like shooting, following this motion. But it was really important that there was that pause, because it speaks to intentionality. You know, he paused, but then continued on with the shots. It wasn't one right after the other.
And I think we had a chapter, Oscar's intentionality. We looked at what kind of person he was on the track and how he premeditated his interviews and all of that, you know what I mean? And his marketing and all of that. I remember there was a witness who actually, I don't know if it was Mrs. Berger, but there was one of the witnesses who actually was asked to hit her hand on the lectern, you know, in on the witness stand, to sort of say,
So it's the sound,
what did
yeah.
you hear? And I think she, it was something like bang, 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 bang. And
Yeah.
it was like the first shot, there was a pause between the first shot and the second shot, but the pause between the first shot and the second shot was longer than the pause between the second and the third, which was longer than the pause between the third and the fourth. In other words, it was like bang, 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 something like that. So
Yeah.
it was a shot, a pause, and then the two shots at the end were very close to one another. And the pause between the third and the second and the third shot was shorter than the pause between the first and the second. You kind of get the idea that there was a shot, either there was a shock that the gun had gone off, or there was a reaction to that shot. There was sound reaction, and then possibly, you know. But anyway, just in terms of this, Thomas Mollett, his opinion was that the shooting was from right to left, and he did the same thing. He did a reconstruction. And he said, it's quite simple how we know, because Reeva was found on the toilet. And I disagreed with him. I said, it's actually left to right, because she ended up sitting on the magazine rack, and that was where she was actually found.
Yeah.
And if you know this case well, then you could make the inference that she was possibly moved from where she fell against that wall onto the toilet, and then her blood drained into the toilet, right? And then and that's so where she ended up on the toilet wasn't. I mean, you try and stand in your bathroom, and just fall down and end up lying on the toilet. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not seen in this picture here, but if you look at this picture, the top left-hand corner, kind of that one little open triangle of floor, there was a wooden magazine rack right in that spot. I mean, it's a tiny little cubicle, so imagine it even smaller. There's a rack right there. And she fell down, and she actually had bruising on her backside that was consistent with hitting that rack. It had like a particular round shape to it, and they matched it up with the bruise and could say it was from that magazine rack.
And we kind of had a moral dilemma, because you could clearly see that bruise, the shape of the bruise in the autopsy photos, right? And yet you didn't want to show those autopsy photos. So it could be very easy to show that you just show the autopsy photo. And so it was quite hard to deal with that. I think what we ended up doing was we did a inverse image, a negative image, so that you couldn't quite make it out, but at least you were dealing with that aspect. Remember that?
I do remember that. And then, you know, later down the road, when Barry Steenkamp you know, spoke publicly about the case, and of course he testified at trial too. It was his wish, it was his desire that images of Reeva be shown, because, you know, they didn't show them. For anyone who didn't watch the trial, first of all, they didn't show witness faces. You could only hear, you could see the judge, you could see, you know, sometime you could see the screens, and you could hear the voices, but they didn't show, you know, any witness faces. They didn't allow like the autopsy photos or the examination. Like, there was things that were redacted from the public being able to see, as often happens in trials. We were able to get the autopsy photos and see some things that other people didn't see, but Barry Steenkamp had expressed that he wanted the public to see it, because he felt like they needed to know the reality of what actually happened to his daughter. And you know, this is what Oscar did to her. This is the truth, and this is, you know, the reason why you and I wrote the way that we did, why we told, you know, our narratives, our stories the way that we did, because we wanted them to be the cold, hard truth. And when Barry said, you know, I would like the public to see these photos because I want them to know the reality, we said, okay. And so there's actually a post that we have on our blog, which does share, not all of them, you know, we're still respectful, but there was a couple of extremely graphic, disturbing pictures that we did share, and we only did it because that was his desire. So I'm sure you remember that whole process. Yeah.
So the pictures you're seeing on screen are where I had my sister pose in order to reconstruct the falling from right to left. She also got quite a bad injury to her forearm. I don't know if you remember that over there.
From your experiment? Oh,
No,
I thought
no.
your sister. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what the heck she do to her?
So obviously you and I have both written blogs that could be turned like a single blog post that could almost be turned into a book, and a single blog post that can almost be turned into a chapter. And so this is one of them. It's on Shakedown Title if you guys are interested in having a look at that. Stephanie says, this is how I learned of Lisa. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. You mean through the Oscar trial? Not quite sure. Pharaoh Gamma says, why did he have to shoot 4 times if he thought it was an intruder? Also, could he not have shot a warning shot?
Well, I mean, ultimately, that's why he was found guilty. I mean, he originally was found guilty of culpable homicide by Judge Masipa, which is the same thing as manslaughter in this country. And she was very sympathetic to him. When that verdict came in, I was like, it was shades of OJ all over again, where the emphasis is on the killer who is the victim, and the victim is nowhere to be. The true victim is nowhere to be seen. They're in the background. Their abuse is ignored. It was really infuriating. But Judge Masipa had some mobility issues herself, and you and I have talked about this. I think that partly played into it. She was very sympathetic to him. She felt that what he sold as his anxieties and whatever on the stand, his reasons for being so fearful and needing to shoot the person 4 times and ultimately kill them, she felt like, I guess, was acceptable to some extent. But the law does not find it acceptable to intentionally kill someone in your house because you're scared. There's, that's still murder. Again, that goes back to what you were talking about, not getting too far in the weeds, but it wasn't ultimately, after several appeals, it was rightfully determined that he intentionally killed a person in his house. That's what he meant to do. It wasn't an accident, it wasn't a mistake. He meant to kill someone. Unfortunately, it will never truly be that he meant to kill Reeva, as we believe that was his intention, but yeah.
So what for me, one of the highlights of our journey, Lisa, was you and I sitting in trial. Like, there was another kind of early highlight was, at this point, we'd co-authored a couple of books, right? And so there was a point where I was sitting in trial and you were watching the trial on television, and you could actually see me in the trial audience. And you were sort of blogging it. I was doing some tweeting when I could. I would then take photos with my camera, not my phone, my camera, and then I would email you the photos while still kind of in court or whatever, like in a sort of break, and then you'd be like live blogging. But obviously this was 3 o'clock in the morning your time or whatever it was. And but anyway, what was really a highlight was further along the line, you and I literally sat in court. June sat a couple of rows in front of us. Journalists that we'd been reading about for years were sitting on either side of us. And we were now, it really felt like we were part of the case, right?
Yeah, we got to know, a fair amount of people involved in the case. We also got to speak with Samantha Taylor, who was Oscar's girlfriend prior to Reeva, the girl he was dating around the time of the Olympics. Her and her mom, Trish Taylor, we got to know them, and it was such powerful information that they gave about who Oscar was behind closed doors. I mean, completely different person that you saw on TV, smiling, laughing, happy. He really was a very unbelievably insecure person, a very angry person, had absolutely no boundaries. He didn't know how to stop himself, very rage filled.
Okay,
And Trish Taylor wrote a book. Was it
yeah.
was it called Waiting, an Accident Waiting to Happen? Was that the name of Trish Taylor's book? Something along those lines.
It is.
Yeah. It's a really, really good book. There's a lot of great details in there about, you know, her time with him, getting to know him through the course of her daughter's relationship with him. It's shocking. It's really shocking.
This is June's book on
Yeah.
Reeva.
Yeah.
I only really, although it's you know, it's worth reading, there's only really a couple of pages in this that I found relevant to our research. Like, it was quite surprising. There's a whole book, and then there's just 2 or 3 pages that you thought were worth kind of highlighting. Lisa, if you look at this picture, does it bring back any memories? I must say, okay, so that's June over there. That's her sister. These are the members of the ANC Women's League who were sort of always present as well. They were trying to, you kind of got the idea they were trying to turn it into a political thing like women's rights, which isn't a problem. Maybe it does need to be a political thing, you know, femicide and all that kind of thing. In South Africa, intimate partner violence is a real issue, and it needs to be an issue. There is their lawyer,
Tanya Cohen.
Tanya Kuhn, and there you and I are in a dollop of sunlight. Don't know if that means anything. There's what's his name? Barry. That journalist.
Oh gosh, what is it? Bateman.
Barry Bateman. It's weird.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. We knew these people like.
It's like called Brian, Getting Older.
It's almost like Brian. He was like South Africa's Brian Enton. I don't know if you can see this journalist. She's got like her hair's dyed red, blue, whatever. So you had all of these characters. There's Karen Morn. She covered the case very well. One of South Africa's most. She's almost like South Africa's Ashley Banfield.
I was gonna say that too. That's funny.
And it's kind of a funny thing, but one person we don't see in this image was that young sort of first year student of law. Do you remember? He kind of made friends with us. He asked us to take a photo of him. He was really well dressed in a suit, and we went
and had coffee with him afterwards.
Yeah, and we even went to the legal library, and he asked, can we take some photos of him, and he took some photos of us. So to be honest, I don't remember this as well as there were other times where we sat further forward, right? What I do remember very well, and she's not in this picture, but there was a journalist present who was like, "Oh, are you Lisa? Are you from America?" And it was like, I was like sitting there listening to your conversation. I remember saying, "Is there any money in true crime? You know, like from the perspective of you came all the way here to cover it, and you're not like an official reporter. You're like a blogger." And she was like, "Is there any money in true crime?" And you guys were having this conversation almost like over me, and I was like sitting right there, and I was like, I'm also covering the Oscar case. We actually co-authored. She had no interest in talking to me. You know, you're a lowly blogger, and me, in terms of me, you're a lowly blogger from South Africa. Who gives a crap what you think? And I remember in Pretoria having conversations with. I can't really remember the reporter's names. It's something like Apple or something. His surname. But he was one of the main reporters and quite a tall guy for ENCA. And I remember having this conversation. It went something like this: "Don't you know about the genes found under the window?" And he was like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, I'm like, and this is sort of waiting for the trial day to start. I'm like there thinking, you are not the sharpest, you don't know this case that well. And he's like, this is one of those true crime lunatics that we hear about, you know what I mean? And I remember anyway during the Oscar trial being like, I'm a journalist and I need to get other journalists' attention to some of the things we found out. And I eventually gave up on that. It was eventually like, I'm done trying, right? And it's funny where I am now in my true crime journey. I don't actually care about the mainstream media. I don't I don't care about being recognized by them or by being covered by them. I just actually don't care. It's quite a transition from where I was when I was still actually an active photojournalist covering the Oscar trial. It was like, this needs to be in the mainstream media, right?
I'm sure it's very refreshing to not care anymore. Yeah. I mean, one thing that, was a little bit different for us was that, for you, it was always kind of like a full-time career. I mean, that was really the path that once you got into it, you realized, okay, this is what I want to do, and you have this like unbelievable ability to churn stuff out like nobody else I've ever seen before. You are constantly consuming, books and information and writing about it and thinking about it. And it's this wheel that keeps grinding, where I tend to be like, I kind of, zero in on one thing and I want to stay in that lane and focus on that one thing. So we're a little bit different in that aspect. And for me too, also, even though I kind of like, thought like, yeah, I could do this for a career. Maybe I'll do it for a career. It never was really my 100% path where I like, or truly put everything into it to make it that way. Right. So it's like, so that was,
Lisa, it actually never was for me either. Like I never, including now, I was never like, I'm going to make this into my life and my job.
It evolved that way,
It was kind of like survival, right? I was trying to make it as a writer, right? As a book writer, not a journalist. The journalism was to get to writing books. And I basically wrote this book just before the Oscar trial happened. This book was in the works just before that happened. I want to show you these magazine articles in a second, but yeah, I mean, in terms of churning things out, I mean, as a freelance writer in South Africa, that's what you had to do to pay the rent. You had to be constantly coming up with ideas and constantly going places and constantly doing that. Otherwise, you weren't going to have a meal and you weren't going to pay your rent. And so I was literally living by the seat of my pants. And true crime, in a way, made that process easier because you didn't have to necessarily go somewhere. And I've done true crime both ways. I've done true crime where from behind your desk, and I've done true crime where you sit in court. And I've done, and you know this, I've done true crime where you go to places, you stay in hotels, and that's extremely expensive. We did that with the Henry van Bedell case, and you go there, you even have a close encounter with the accused who chirps you in court, so yeah, so but I never really said I want to make a career out of true crime. I've never said that, and I wouldn't say that that's my position now even, that I want to make a career. It was never really, if you had to ask me now, how do you see your career? Well, right now it's Team Peachtree. I wouldn't mind making that's something I would want to do, but I can almost guarantee you that YouTube will insist that that's not going to happen. They'll be like, sorry, not interested. You want to tell these nice stories? Sorry, not interested in that.
It's not salacious enough.
I think right now I've got 250 subscribers on Team Peachtree.
Sounds like when I first started my blog, I had like 4. It was like I had 4 friends like reading.
Yeah, I must say what's amazing with our blogging. I mean, the Shakedown blog got literally millions of views, The True Crime Rocket Science blog was heading towards 10 million views. The Crime Rocket 2 blog also, I mean, I stopped blogging there kind of prematurely. That was heading to 1 million views. I would imagine the 244 people watching now would be the people who would be like, yeah, I'm interested in your team, Peachtree. 240 people. Is that enough? As far as I'm concerned, it is enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is enough. Before I show you some of these magazine articles, I wanna show some photos of us that some of you have never seen before.
Oh God, I'm
like
scared.
that one. Take us through that, Lisa.
Oh God. So I spent 3 weeks in South Africa in November, December of 2015. So that's, of course, when we met Barry in June. This was in Botswana, and we had quite a few near-death experiences while there. It was the most incredible trip. I mean, honestly, we saw, like, I remember before going, I'm like, I really hope I get to see a lion. Like, it would just be so cool if I could just see a lion, right? Like,
So
I mean,
guys, this is Lisa in Africa, right? Lisa, welcome to Africa.
I look like I'm trying to like join a gang or something. I don't know what's going on with that getup, but I guess I thought I looked cool. So yeah, I was like, I just want to see one lion. Meanwhile, we saw lion. It was like, you know, like seeing ants. I mean, like every like 2 steps, you'd see another lion. It was like mind blowing. Yeah, so we went with Nick's father, who is like Dr. Doolittle. He is like a lover of all animals, and just was very gracious and fun to do this trip with. And the 4 of us went out in like a Range Rover type vehicle with like no tour guide out to Botswana. No tour guide, no no satellite phone, no weapons, like no means of like actually helping ourselves if like the worst happened. And oddly, like I had absolutely no sense of fear. Like my family was convinced I was going to die in South Africa for a multitude of reasons. I'll tell you about that one in a minute. But somehow we survived it. It was 4 days, and it was really a really freaking fun adventure. Saw tons of animals, and so halfway into, was this 2 nights or 3 nights into our trip, we were staying at a campsite. And Botswana is such a cool place to do safaris because it is, from what I understand, one of the most, if not the most sparsely populated countries in the world. So you drive out there and you are literally driving 4 hours without seeing a fence, without seeing anything other than land. Like there's nothing else out there. Like you are truly in these beautiful animals country. You know, you are the visitor there. And but they do have these campsites that are quite large, and you can reserve them, but they're just completely wide open. You're just out there by yourself. And there's a couple other things that happen, but going back, if you want to show the WD-40 or whatever the heck you guys call it, the equivalent of that, 2 or 3 days into our trip, one night we were at a site, and it was very, I mean, it's, you know, it's desert, so it's dry, but it was particularly a bad drought at the time. And there were some very thirsty bees, African bees, which I'm sure you probably are aware are very deadly. And so I was sleeping. We had 3 different ways of where we slept. I slept inside the back camper of the Range Rover. Nick was in a tent outside, and his dad was in a tent on the roof of the car. And there was one very early morning that I'm in there, and I start to hear the bee, you know, I hear the little bee buzzing. And like 1 bee turned into 2 bee, turned into 3 bees. And like, I'm seeing them outside the car, and now I'm starting to see them inside the car. And I'm like, oh shit, like, where do I go? Like they're coming in the car, but if I go outside, there's a whole bunch of them outside of the car.
So
I'm like,
so
yeah.
my memory of this was,
Yeah.
I heard the sound of a shoe hitting the window. Like every now and then I heard thud.
Yeah.
And then there was the drone of bees, the buzz of bees accumulating, but every now and then I heard.
Yeah. And me trying to call you guys and like, hello, is anyone going to come to my help here? So finally, I'm like, I got to bail. I got to get out of this car. I can't sit in this car. So I got to make a run for it or something. But I'm also aware that like, you can't completely freak out with these bees. I can't go outside and be in a swarm of bees and start swatting them. Like they're going to kill me. So, yeah, so I opened the back of the door and I, got out of the car and they swarmed me. They were like coming at me, on me. They were definitely wanted a piece of me. And
I think it's important to stress that this is unusual behavior for bees because it was particularly dry and in the run up to this event, if you left the kettle out, overnight, the next morning the bees were trying to get water out of the kettle. If you left a can of beans out or you'd eaten a can of beans, they'd be trying to get the moisture from the residue of that. So it was because they were extremely thirsty that they weren't out to get Lisa. They were trying to, they'd recognize that there's some moisture around this human being, right? It wasn't, they weren't trying to be aggressive. They weren't targeting her like, this is an American in Africa, get her, it wasn't anything like that. And anyway, so I'm in my tent and I'm hearing this sound getting louder and louder. And then I heard you and my dad talking. Yeah. So I wasn't asleep. I heard you guys talking and I was thinking, how do we deal with the situation? Like,
yeah. I was like, and me too. I'm like, what do we do? I literally have no idea what to do. Like I'm freaking out, like inside I'm freaking out, but I need to like keep myself calm because I don't want to be stung 9,000 times. So, I think your dad, like finally, like he was trying to figure out like what he could put on them or do to them to get them off of me.
I think what all of us gathered was because we were like, this is weird, what's going on. And then I think there were sort of two sort of things that came up. This is like real life true crime. Like this is someone.
I can't remember. Did you guys spray something else first? I forget what you first tried.
But what I remember was at that point I was still in the tent, right? And I was thinking, this doesn't make sense. Why are they running after you? And because I thought it can't just be. And then it sort of dawned on us that. First of all, because you were hot, you were perspiring. But the other thing was we'd found out that you'd put like a lotion on yourself, like if you think about the most fragrant, wonderful, flowery cream, and the bees thought, woohoo! You know what I mean? And then I kind of thought that's the problem. We need to deal with that scent. We need to deal with that thing. And I'm sure. I don't know how you remember it, but I remember thinking, because I use that Q20 a lot on my bicycle, thinking the bees aren't going to like that smell. So if you spray that on you, that's going to deal with the smell aspect. It's going to be a repellent kind of thing.
Yeah, I remember your dad just being like, "I'm so sorry. Like, we're gonna like spray you." And at that point, I was like, "I don't give a shit. Do whatever you need to do. Like, hose me down." Like,
and I think what happened before that was that you were trying to outrun the bees, and I said, "That's not going to work because you're going to perspire." And right? When you tell the story, my dad remembers it totally differently. He's like, you were in the tent, not helping. You were like like commentating or whatever, and almost the impression I get from him is that he thought it was cowardly that I was like in the tent, whatever. But to be honest, number one, I didn't quite appreciate how serious it was, and by the time I did, it was like because the buzzing was like really, really bad. Do you remember what
there was a lot of bees?
Do you remember what we ended up doing? We basically said it was like a game plan. It was like we need to get in the car and just drive away because it was like we can't solve the situation. So it was like
we were like refugees.
we need to get in the car and just drive away, leave everything there, and then kind of come back a little bit later when, you know what I mean? And that's how we collectively survived that situation. Because it was potentially, especially for you, it was a life and death situation, and potentially for us as well. And I think I actually got stung on the way back.
I did end up with three bee stings, and they definitely hurt. they were not pleasant. But I mean, I didn't even realize it at the time because I was just so completely panicked. But then, like, after the fact, you know, assessing myself, I realized that they had gotten me on the leg. But yeah, you guys doused me pretty good with this crap. And then we, you know, we got out of there pretty darn quick, and had to have, like, you know, the windows, because there were still bees inside, like coming through whatever vents and stuff like that. So we're like driving, windows open, trying to like aerate, like, you know, get away from it. And then ultimately we had to get our things, and, you know, and then we drove to wherever we could find near a shower. I mean, I remember we drove for a while. I mean, I think it was at least, you know, a couple hours or something like that until we could get to the showers. And then I showered and got, like, you know, everything off of me. No shampoo, no soaps, no lotions, no nothing. Just clean yourself down, you know.
We literally abandoned the camp. Like, we just drove out of there just to get away, and then we kind of got our bearings and made sure we were dry, right? And then the idea was to sort of approach the camp when it's a lot hotter, because the bees were there in the morning because it was cooler. And then the idea was to come there when it was hotter, when anything that was wet had dried up anyway, and then just basically pack up and go somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
But
so yeah, and that was just one of a few stories that were a couple of close calls there.
Do you remember like where you, like, Nick, get out the tent and you know, like, come help me? Do you remember anything like that?
Yeah, it was calling for you to help me. Like, I was like, and it did. I just remember there being like a period of time where I was kind of like on my own, like, I need some help. But I'm sure your dad is like, he's just making you feel bad.
And then my dad, I think, emerged first. My dad came out first. Now, my sense of that was, it's a conflicted thing. Of part of me was like, how do we solve this? Because it was a situation common to all of us. If you step out, everyone is vulnerable to the bees, right? But the thing was, what was going on with you, right? I was very aware of the bees because I was in a tent and you could hear the bees through the thing. And the thing is that it was kind of a situation of, is this going to go away or is it getting worse? And that buzz was getting louder and louder and louder, right? And so I feel a little bit like it's the Everest disaster. It's like, you should have come out of your tent and helped. But on the other hand, my dad was helping you. And it was also like, what do you do in this situation, you know? And in the end, I think we did handle it right. That the Q spray worked and the driving away worked. But I don't know, like, personally, I didn't have the feeling of you in trouble, you, like, your life's in peril, and I'm sitting in the tent too afraid to help you. I kind of,
you had to take it that way.
No. I'm just saying, I understood it to be something that was slowly escalating, and I was just trying to think, like, what's going on, like, because bees don't really act like this. And then I think I remember calling to you, saying, don't try and outwalk them or outrun them, you know. And I think didn't I ever say you must come into the tent or anything like that? It sounds like I'm being very defensive, but
no, I don't remember you saying come to the tent, but I have like a funny, it's definitely a funny, like, considering that, like, you know, I didn't get hurt. It's a funny, like, mental image of, like, you know, somebody in this, like, trying to, like, outrun a bunch of bees. Like, I mean, you know, like, you guys are, like, spraying me with motor oil. Like, it's just a funny, it's funny.
Did I spray you, or was it my dad?
It was your dad. Yeah, it was your dad.
I seem to remember it being my dad, but I seem to remember it being my idea.
I don't remember that part.
But
I don't
anyway, my dad made me feel like how can I put it, that I don't know, just that when he talks about it, it's like I should have done more, something like that. And the way I experienced it was just like I was appreciating the situation and trying to figure it out. I wasn't trying to hide away, but that's how he experienced it, that I was hiding away. And it's just not a very, that's why it's important to me to ask you about it, because I know you were in trouble, but it was also like we were figuring out, okay, so there are quite a lot of bees now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other thing that was definitely scary was you heard this sound, this buzzing sound, and you were like, something is going on out there that's not cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
The overall buzzing was getting like there's a swarm of bees out there, you know?
Yeah. Do you remember too, one of the nights we were camping?
But I think the approach we had, all three of us in the beginning, was all three of us need to stay like indoors. My dad, me, and you. And then you were like, yeah, but they're coming in there. And then I think I said, yeah, but keep your windows closed. You know, they're eventually going to go away. But then they were somehow coming in. They were somehow coming into the car.
Yeah, they were coming through vents and stuff like that. So they were already there. There was no escaping them.
But if you think of it like that, like there are bees outside, should you go outside? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are bees outside, should you? And
well, this is like I mean, so that's what I'm saying. This is my dilemma. Like I'm like sitting there and like I'm like, I'm the one having this issue. I'm like, where the hell do I go? Like
every now and then I heard your shoe hit the window. And then I thought, well, just close the windows. I'm in my tent. There are no bees in the tent. But for some reason, they were getting into the cabin of the car.
Yeah.
Were any of the windows open, or could you not close?
No, they were closed. You know, I mean, I slept with them closed.
So they must have been getting into some nook or cranny of the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think they were coming through vents and stuff like that. But they were multiplying. Like it would be like I see one, and then two, and then there's 10 of them. Like, you know, next thing I know, I'm like, because I'm like, I don't want to go outside. There's a whole bunch of them flying around, like right outside the car. I'm not going out there. But then as I'm sitting inside, it's like literally like a horror movie. Like, you know, like they are multiplying in front of my face, and I can't kill them or swat them away enough. I'm like, I have to move. I can't stay in here anymore. So yeah, but it was not a good situation.
That was when it was clear that we were in trouble, because it was like, you've got to move, but by moving you're going to perspire because it was hot. Yeah. So it was like you are in trouble if you move, and if you're in trouble if you don't move. Yeah. And that was where you had to like think now, okay, oh shit, if we don't sort this out, you're gonna you could die, you know, because it's like the bees are becoming more and more and more and more. And yeah.
Remember the scorpion? There was one night as well that we were you know, at the campsite, and you and your dad found, or your dad, one of you, I don't know, saw the scorpion, and like, we have to kill it. It's a deadly scorpion. Like I had seen a scorpion when I first got to South Africa, and it was like like all black, like pitch black one. And I guess apparently those ones are not deadly. But I was like literally like sitting on the ground, and I looked over, and it was like right there. And I mean, yeah, you know how well I do with insects. That was pretty gnarly.
The small black scorpions, the ones with that are kind of small, those are deadly. Whereas the big ones that look scary are poisonous, but they're not as deadly.
Yeah. Well, this one, I remember showing, like this particular one that I first saw wasn't one of the deadly ones. I showed it to you, and I remember you guys were like, no, this is, or I was with you at the time. You said it was fine. But the one that we saw with your dad when we were in Botswana, that one was quite small, but I remember him saying, we have to kill it because this is a deadly scorpion. If it bites us, we're screwed. So you guys killed the scorpion. and then there was the car breaking down right next to a lion.
No, I think for me, one of the best stories, and people listening to this are going to be like,
you guys are making this up.
No. People are going to be like, Lisa's quite a good friend of Nick's, and Lisa went to Africa and nearly died. And nearly died there, and nearly died there. And what did Nick do about it? Nick didn't seem to really care.
Sat in his tent.
Do you remember when we were at a different camp and you went to have a shower? Do you remember that?
And the female lions.
Yeah, so literally what happened
Yeah,
was it was a beautiful day, and my dad had thoughtfully to shower in Botswana in Africa where there's no water, you sort of you pull a bucket of water into a tree and then you attach a tap to it, and then it's almost like showering under a water dispenser in a way.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like that. And so my father thoughtfully carried it somewhere away, put it into the tree, and then you wanted to sort of freshen up, and so you were gone for a while. So my dad and I are sort of drinking coffee, whatever, and it's like, where's Lisa? What's going on? And then anyway, to cut a long story short, we found that there were lion tracks between where you'd gone to shower. Now, when you shower, you remove some of your clothing, and it's like, would you like rump steak or sirloin?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, there was these two lions. This is completely unbeknownst to me. I'm showering, doing my thing, walking. I walk back to where they are at our campsite, and at that time, your campsite is what the main area that you're looking out to is called a pan, and that's where the animals come out to typically later at night. During the day it's so hot there, they're usually sleeping in the bushes and stuff like that, but then towards the evening when it starts cooling off, that's when they come out to roam and to hunt. So anyway, we're facing this big open spot called a pan. And there's these two female lions that are now crossing the pan, and we're watching them. And we realized, based on where they're walking, they had walked right behind me, and I didn't even know. I'm I can't even believe this. I mean, thank God, can you imagine if I turned around and there's two lions right there?
Yeah, and
there is not enough WD-40 to help me out of that situation. Yeah.
But to be accurate, this is what Lisa may have faced. Yeah. So I don't know how you feel. So what is quite ironic about the situation is when you go to Botswana, there are killers on the loose, and if you don't pay attention, for example, if you go into a toilet in the bush, like one that's constructed, like a public toilet,
they're in there,
outdoor and so on, you might find a lion in there because the lions go in there to drink the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't pay attention, you could get yourself killed. If you're not careful, you could die. And so it's literally like a situation where there's a killer on the loose. It's unlikely that you'll be targeted, but it is possible. And so you kind of got to pay attention. Everywhere you walk, you kind of got to look around, you look over your shoulder, listen, look, and all that kind of thing. And you kind of have this weird hypervigilance because you sort of realize there's something out there. I know something's out there. I just can't see it. Right?
Yeah. One of the coolest things at night, I'm sure you remember this well, once it's dark, it's the middle of the night and the lions are out, you can hear them roaring in the distance. And it is the coolest freaking sound. I mean, you can hear something like that, recorded online or whatever, but when you're actually there and you're in your car, hopefully safely at night, and you're actually hearing it, it is it's equally terrifying and beautiful. It's just really was just the most unbelievable experience.
Well, you feel alive, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So one thing I wanna tell people, and then I think we must come back to our journey. But
yeah.
you may think that we have dominion over nature and all the animals. You may think we the king of the castle, people. You may think that we are the world's greatest predator, whatever. But until you've had an encounter with a lion, and I don't necessarily even mean you standing there and there's a lion in front of you. And by the way, I remember once, many years ago, we were walking, a group of us, with a guy. The guy had a gun, and my brother was part of the group. And the guy said, I think there's a lion there. And my brother was like, oh shit. And he sort of, next thing, he was standing on the other side of my dad, right? And we all laughed at that. But, and it turned out it wasn't, it was something else. But I remember going to the Kruger Park, and it was quite simple. I was in my vehicle, and there were 3 lions lying across the road. And I was one person in my vehicle. There were probably another 3-4 vehicles there as well. And the gate was on the other side, and you can get fined if you come into the gate late, right? And I thought, you know what? I'm in my car, and it's just a lion, no big deal. And I started to move forward, and the lion got up, and he looked at you as if to say, don't fuck with me, literally. He looked at you in the eye, and he was like, stop. You stop where you are, whatever. And you kind of got this weird thing of, even though I'm a person in a car, I'm not the boss in the situation.
Totally.
Right? Really?
There's something about those eyes, like they're golden eyes. And we really had so many experiences to be like up close to them. Like this picture that we took, like our car was literally right there. Like we're like with the window carefully opened, taking these pictures. They are right there in front of us. And there were many times that they would catch your glance. You know, you'd be looking at them, all of a sudden they look your way and catch your glance. And it kind of shoots through your soul. You're like, oh my God. Like, I mean, like, is there something about that stare? Yeah.
But there's something like, it's not like a puppy looking at you, or, you know,
it's very powerful.
It's something like, you know who you are, and you know who I am. And let's just be clear about that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think there's a bit of a thing like that when it sounds like it's a joke, but there's a little bit of a thing like that when a dog, I know I have it with my dog, when my dog runs after a cat, sometimes the cat doesn't run away, and then the dog gets the shit scared out of him. He's like, you know, and he runs the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's a thing where the cat runs away and everything's cool and it's a nice fun game, but there are other occasions where the cat doesn't run away and the dog's like, whoa, I am out of here. Right?
I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to come back to our journey, but these are some articles. I'm just going to put it onto myself. These are some articles that are, not all of them obviously, but some articles I was writing at the time about 10 years ago. So this is GQ October 2012, and it is an article about dieting, right? And then this one is, this is my girlfriend at the time going on the Blue Train. This is in Explore magazine. This is essentially the same thing in Blue Train magazine, and that's that article. So that's the photojournalism I was doing in the run-up to the Oscar trial. This is also GQ September 2012, and the Oscar trial, the whole Oscar thing happened about 4 or 5 months after this. So this is what I was doing. I was running around. This is my photography, you know, doing these stories. At this point, you and I hadn't actually met. Here's another one on the Blue Train, but a different story about a meerkat man. And I'm just trying to see where my articles are. And then these articles were actually, these articles happened in the year that all of this happened. So 10 years and 1 month ago, I wrote this article for Country Life. on the artist bonsai. So I was into the art thing. And then you can see how quickly I was onto this case. This was Fin Week. So I was also writing for Fin Week. This is dated 28 February 2013. So it's 2 weeks. It's a year and 2 weeks into the future that I wrote this article, and that was on Oscar Pistorius. And the original title was The Rise and Fall of Oscar Pistorius, and then they changed it to The Upside and Downside of Oscar Pistorius. And I kind of saw that his career was over at this point, whereas a lot of other people didn't. Then what's this, May 2014. So this was a year and a couple of months into the whole thing. My first big story you can see there, Reeva Steenkamps' Facebook timeline. And this was long before the Shanann Watts case and the Facebook thing there. This was, that happened 2018. This was 2013. This was 5 years before that. And so it was this story, and they used the profile picture that Reeva had as the sort of main picture. And then these were some of the other stories. January 2014, Country Life. This magazine doesn't exist anymore. And this was based on a story I wrote about this artist, Baines, Thomas Baines. This was part of our attempt to get PR. I actually contacted a journalist, wrote most of this article, by the way. He got paid for it. This appeared in People magazine, and it was to do with Oscar's motive. And there's Resurrection. And it's one of the few real attempts I made to get our story out there, and just with so much effort. I mean, do you really want to almost write your own article and then the journalist puts it under his name? I mean, the whole thing is sickening. You just wish another journalist could just do this. But I don't know, after a long time, I just gave up trying to educate journalists on what we knew. You know, if a journalist watching this, they'd probably say, you're so unprofessional, you're so rude, you're so arrogant. The other side of it is you just can't get them to understand what you're talking about, because their comprehension, I don't know if it's attention deficit disorder, is so poor that, I don't know, I just ran out of patience. I went through so many hours with journalists that eventually never produced anything. In the time that it would take them to try to write one article, you and I could write a book, literally. And I just literally ran out of patience. I was like, I write articles in 1/10 of the time that you takes, and you still don't even understand what we're talking about. And I don't know, it was just irritating. I don't even remember Ray Wixell. Ray Wixell was Oscar's former agent, and this is an article about him breaking the 4-mile record. Remember that? And Ray Wixell was one of the inside people we got in terms of this case, in terms of the Oscar case, where he told us what his relationship was like with him. Not Piet van Zyl, Ray Wixell.
Yeah, that's...
Remember that?
I actually do. Now that you're talking about, yes, I do remember that, because of course Piet van Zyl testified at court, but this other gentleman, I think, spoke after the fact, and I know, and you had conversations with him as well. Didn't he have a daughter that was close with Oscar, that used to go and hang out at his place too?
Yeah,
am I remembering that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also did an article on her, but they didn't want to be. It's almost like everyone you spoke to, whether it was friends of Reeva or friends of Oscar, everyone you spoke to didn't want to say anything about it.
Yeah.
They talked to you about it, but they didn't want to say it on the record.
Yes. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even Gina Myers, you never really heard much from her. Yeah.
I think she only did, from what I can recall, like actually 1 or 2 public interviews. like her and Darren, who, you know, Darren of course was a witness on the stand, but yeah, no, they actually were pretty quiet. Yeah.
I
Do
thought
you
I
want to?
sent myself some photos, but like there were photos I came across. I thought I sent them to myself, but one of them was of who's that guy who's died now? His brother made a documentary on
Mark Batchelor.
Yeah, Mark Batchelor.
Yeah.
So I actually got a photo where I took a photo of Mark Batchelor. Mark actually had a kind of an altercation with Oscar, and I sat right next to him in trial, and he's no longer with us.
Yeah.
And we actually got along quite well. He was very tell it like it is, and
Yeah.
yeah, and his brother ended up making a one of the very few good documentaries on Reeva.
Yeah. He was friends with Reeva and some of her circle, and so, you know, was protective of her, and got into it a few times with Oscar. And the other side of Oscar too, that I think the general public didn't know, like at the time, like, you know, pre-incident, was how rough of a crowd he was hanging out with. Some were okay, but there were these dudes definitely, you know, they were into their cars, they were into their guns, they were into their money, their women, all that stuff. It was a pretty, you know, fast hustle kind of lifestyle. And yeah, he was towing the limits, you know, and yeah, that I think, you know, we kind of got a glimpse of that through him. Mark Batchelor is definitely one of those guys that I wouldn't want to see, you know, on the other side of an argument.
Yeah. And he was he had very strong opinions on Oscar.
Yeah,
you know,
he did not like
very
him.
strong opinions on him.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I was going to mention too, we had one of the things we were kind of laughing about in preparing for the show today was talking about how in this short, like 8 or 9 year window of time since we started talking to each other to today, how much technology has changed. Like when Nick and I originally started speaking, we would and so we still do talk on WhatsApp. It's the cheapest way to talk to somebody for free, right? You can talk to them, call them, whatever, for free. But we used to do like our interviews and our conversations on Skype, which feels like a lifetime ago. But we actually made a series of videos for YouTube. This was our first YouTube, my first and last venture at YouTube. Nick has come quite a ways longer than this, but we did an Oscar series called Interrogating Oscar. If you guys want to search for it, there's a shakedown YouTube site that you can find them on. I think one of them was actually on like another like Juror 13 YouTube site as well. But if you want to check it out, it's called Interrogating Oscar. And they're kind of, you know, you might chuckle a little bit because they're definitely old school. They're not polished by any stretch, but they're actually kind of fun to watch because I think like it's really kind of the true spirit of how we work together. Really, these are I think anybody that doesn't know us and understand like our style or our writing would kind of be like, what the hell's going on here?
Well, this is part episode 1, I think. And this was put up 7 years ago. Shall I play some more of it?
Sure. Yeah. The whole you can play that just real quickly. I mean, the concept behind it is taking like, you know, similar like we do in our books, taking different themes of this crime, different aspects of their life, different people involved in this case, and interrogating them, but also like intertwining ourselves and our own lives, and which we did a lot in our writing. Because true crime is all about us too. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's all about us collectively. And so we found that there's like these little insights into our lives of Nick and my lives, like what's going on in our life at the time and how we're feeling at the time. And so there's some personal things that are kind of intertwined in these stories too. So yeah, take a peek.
Do you remember that I started a blog called Africa Man, and it was going to be kind of a men's magazine, but part of it would be coverage of this trial. Remember that?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I forgot, but yes, now I remember.
He's a man shouting for help in that series of events to the extent that also that shout caused you to think they were attacked and it was a husband?
The lady afterwards, after I heard what happened, the only thing I can now sit and ask is, was it a mockery? I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not Mr. Pistorius. I do not know. I cannot answer on behalf of him.
You've
I don't
answered.
know.
I'm very happy with your answer because that's what I'm going to argue. You will even call it a mockery other than to make an obvious concession. That's what I put here. You will even go so far, man.
So what that witness was basically saying is, she's Afrikaans, so she's not expressing it so well, but she was saying, was this a kind of like pageantry? Was it someone pretending? In other words, I think what she's trying to say is, in the fabric of the crime itself, was Oscar shouting in a certain way that wasn't, in other words, if you imagine that Oscar had killed Reeva and he did it on purpose, did he actually after that go to his balcony and scream, help me, in order to sort of put that, whatever you want to call it, pageantry or that thing
Staging.
into the, yeah, and then you could say, what are you saying? That he was acting? What are you saying? That he was performing? Well, he was a celebrity. He was constantly acting. The whole able-bodied thing was in a way, you could say a performance, you could say an act. And so why not in terms of the crime scene? But that is the question she asked. She said, was it a mockery? And you hear how Barry's takes exception to that. The other thing that is quite interesting with that is, and like I studied the law, so I really appreciated this. I don't know what you thought of this, Lisa. It's where you had the situation where Barry Rue's now got to deal with 5 witnesses, all of them saying we heard a woman screaming, right? And I remember thinking, there's no way you're going to be able to, a woman screamed the end, right? And the way that he dealt with it, I thought was kind of ingenious. The way he dealt with it was, he said, so you and your wife heard something. Did you talk to your wife about what you heard? And did your wife talk to you about what you heard? And so immediately you start thinking, you know what, if they both spoke about what they heard, maybe they did influence one another.
Yeah.
Right. So you're like, okay, but what about, and then there's another one where he says, and there's another couple where they hear things slightly differently. And then he makes exactly the same argument. He says, but a similar argument, just to raise doubt. He says, so you heard one thing and your wife heard something else. That's a problem. So in other words, he's just made an inversion of the same argument.
Yes.
But either way, he makes a contradictory argument. And you end up feeling like, I'm not sure what I think now.
Yeah, well, and that is the true skill of a defense lawyer, and that's why we all hate them. But
job on you, you're just like,
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's intended to do. I mean, like you said earlier, the true issue in this case that the judge obviously got stuck on, but I will say a lot of people got stuck on was understanding the sequence of the banging and the screaming. And they did do a test, and it was actually, I will say, the test that they did on the cricket bat hitting the wood door. They did a recreation of that, and they recorded the sound and they played it in court. And I have to say, it was louder than I expected it to be, right? So I can understand where somebody would potentially mistake that sound for a gunshot. It had a similar sound quality to a gunshot. So I do think that the defense definitely won some points there for creating some doubt about what came first. For me, where the argument falls down about Oscar sounding like a woman, he does sound female when he screams. He has a very high-pitched scream. But what didn't make sense to me whatsoever was this notion that the screams are only his, and that they're as prolonged as they are, and that he's literally screaming at the top of his lungs while he's like bashing down the door, like before and after. And you think about what is the reality of this situation. Like, you might be panicked and freaking out and trying to fix the situation. If you're hell bent on trying to break down a door because something terrible has happened, are you going to be like screaming your head off while you're doing it? No, you're focused on trying to break down the door. It made no sense that he's hysterically screaming the whole time this is going on. So there were some points that he made that I thought, okay, that could create doubt. But I think if you're actually like following what the reports were of the arguing, as long as it continued, the screaming, the banging, there's in no reality is all of that caused by Oscar. And there's not one shred of noise from the intruder in the toilet. So you're telling me that like this dude is in the toilet and he's being threatened by somebody with a gun and he doesn't say anything, like don't shoot me,
closed
like
door. He's threatened by a closed door.
Yeah, I mean it really falls down. If somebody's like truly using their logic and trying to put it together, you get through the noise of what the defense is trying to craftily do and say no, Oscar's not screaming that whole time. It's not him.
Do you recognize the image on screen? So that's
do. That's your old place.
Where I used to live, and that was kind of an office at one point. Let's hear what I'm saying at this point.
Okay.
These things in retrospect, I mean, we know what happened now, but obviously at the time, all of us were waiting. We weren't sure what was going to be the case. We weren't sure whether what had happened. Did a woman scream or not? Was Berger possibly mistaken? But then her husband also heard a woman screaming. So did at least 2 or 3 other witnesses. And but obviously before all the evidence was in, we held our breath and we needed to hear what Oscar said and whether that came across as credible. And ultimately, not many people believed him. And then a lot of people watching the case, overseas media, local media, most people from where I was standing felt that the evidence seemed to show that Oscar was culpable. A couple of months later, around about 3 or 4 months later, the trial wasn't over, but it was July, and it happened to be the coldest week of the year. The 6th of July, certainly where I was in.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it off that. I wanna kind of. We almost had 2 hours, and I want to kind of just go to this, and let's just kind of go through this timeline. And I suppose we could put a thing in the comments to this video. If you want to get to the timeline, then go to 2 hours in the video.
Timeline of us working together. Okay, got it.
So I want to deal with 2014. You can deal with 2015. Let's try and go through it fairly quickly. So Lisa started blogging on the Oscar case on Juror 13. It's interesting, if you didn't get laid off from work, maybe you wouldn't have done that, and maybe we wouldn't have met, right?
I always find that a wild experiment in our lives, and anybody knows like those pivotal moments in their lives, like one moment, one decision. If this one thing didn't happen, I never would have met this person. And then I would never met that person. I never would have done this. Yeah, I mean, it's every little step, every little decision you make in your life certainly affects everything else.
And then, so what was happening behind the scenes that I didn't know, right? I didn't know I was going to meet Lisa, but Lisa was slowly, not recruiting, but she was slowly developing a large following. Web sleuths were looking at what she was doing. Web sleuths is a very established kind of hardcore group of true crime buffs, and they cottoned on to her coverage. And then within 2 months, she started a new job. and then it was at that point that Lisa and I think got in touch.
Mm-hmm.
At that
Yeah.
point, I was writing my 4th book, and I wrote 3 books before Lisa. Reeva in Her Own Words, Recidivist Acts, Resurrection, and I think we were already kind of communicating when I was writing Revelations, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think I have that wrong. Yeah, further down. Okay, yeah, it was Resurrection. Let me write that in here. Yep, that's right.
And so how it started, you heard it earlier. People said, you must speak to Juror 13, you must speak to Juror 13, and then she told me about the genes, and then we just really clicked. We just started communicating very frequently, and before you knew it, Lisa was contributing chapters to books I was writing, contacting people, sending me photos, whatever. And then we did a lot of Skypes together. We started researching together, and then we just started writing Oscar books together. And then that brought us to 2015. So the Oscar trial wasn't concluded. Do you want to take us through that?
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
So you came out of the closet.
Oh, wait, where am I? I think I lost my spot here.
Look on screen.
I know, I can't. That's on my phone. I can't look. I can't see it
Oh.
that close. And I'm old and blind. So okay, well, so yeah, around 2015 beginning. That's when we started writing. Well, we started writing together at the end of.
Oscar's still
What?
in prison. I just want to address that. Oscar's
Yeah.
still in prison.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he actually might be getting out next month. So he is up for parole, and it does seem likely that he's going to be released likely next month. He's been in since, oh God, I mean, it's a long back and forth story, but ultimately with time, with the original time served, he got 13 and a half years after all of the appeals. Is it about 8 years that he's been in there now? I mean, 8, 9 years. I mean, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, so basically, around the time that we started writing together, actually it was around the time of, that's right, Transcendence. That was your 5th book, and that's the first book that we fully wrote together. I decided that I'd come out of the closet as Juror 13 and become Lisa Wilson. But, kidding aside to that, like, I really, it was kind of cool to be Juror 13 and to have, this like mysterious, like, it wasn't about me personally. It was about, I just wanted it to be about my experiences and my writing. But then, through all of our discussions and understanding crime and understanding myself, I'm like, well, it is about me. It is personal. And so, I shouldn't be hiding who I am. So anyway, that was definitely part of my personal journey.
I played a role in encouraging you to do that. Yeah,
and I did, and it did make sense to me, and I actually was glad that I did it after I did it. I mean, it kind of like it was freeing. It's like, like, okay, here I am. And then I already mentioned doing the interrogating Oscar videos. Probably on the lower end of the spectrum would be dealing with reviews, talking about highlights and lowlights. That's just a part of, if you're ever going to put yourself out there and write and talk about these cases, you have to be open to criticism. People are going to disagree with you. People are going to dislike you. That's just, it's just the nature of humanity. So some people were very, very kind in their reviews of us. Some people didn't like our style at all.
Do you remember
Some people,
someone with the surname Mitchell called us the John and Paul of true crime? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yep.
And then there was also talk some time ago where they said, wow, John and Paul are getting back together. Remember that?
The band is getting back together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just want to deal with dealing with reviews part is,
sure.
Obviously as a photojournalist, you write an article, and the only feedback you really get is from the editor, who's kind of an arsehole. It's like, do that again, and there's no being nice about it. It's not, dear Nick, I like what you wrote. It's like too long. It'll just be like too long, or fix that, or whatever. You know what I mean? And so, but it's just from one person that you're getting treated like shit, right? And when you in the true crime space, you have an entire legion of people who believe certain things, and they treat you like garbage, and you've got to you kind of just got to accept that. First of all, it's not a popularity contest. For some people it is, but it's not a popularity contest, and they're people that you can't please everyone, because the truth is what it is. The facts are what they are, and that's what you are loyal to, right?
Yeah.
And I must say, writing books and writing blogs put you in the firing line, but doesn't compare at all to YouTube, where you can be like in a live. And that's why I've made this members only, is in this thing where we just want to be comfortable talking about the past. You don't really want someone telling you how irritating your voice is, or all of that stuff. And people think you are fair game, and I suppose you are, but and also someone will say something very rude and nasty and say, I don't understand why I took that personally. And it's like, yeah, because that's the 1,000th, you're the 1,000th person to say that. Right? It's not just you saying an ugly thing. You've seen 1,000 ugly comments from somewhere else as well. So I do think it is a nice gradual process. You write books, you get horrible reviews. You write blogs, you get lots of horrible comments. And then YouTube is, by the time you get there, you're like, okay, I'm not going to be everyone's cup of tea, Well,
and I think nowadays, with conspiracy theories and misinformation and all of that type of stuff, like even far worse than it was, 8 years ago. So much of that, like it's really unfortunate. Like reviews and things of that nature are about, like, they're just not sincere. You know what I mean? Like, I have no problem, and I never have had a problem with somebody disagreeing with opinions. If you want to come to the table and there's something that, of course, you want to intelligently say, you know what I mean? You see something differently, or, whatever, say it. Like, let's talk about it. Absolutely. But, it's like the personal stuff. Like you said, somebody's like, I don't like the way you sound. I don't like the way you look, you sound stupid, whatever, it's like, okay, move on. I wanted to, sorry, go ahead. I did something I was going to,
I just happened to read something where they were saying just how important, if you're self-publishing, your reviews are incredibly important, because that's the only thing that really allows your book to stand on its own. And when I read that, I actually realized, so it's not just me that cares about, and it's not me being a narcissist or whatever you want to call it. The only way that your book gets anywhere is if it's positively reviewed. And what made it so excruciating, I don't know if you remember this, what made it so excruciating is you'd get people who you could clearly see that they didn't even read your book, that they didn't like the fact that you're pro Reeva, or they didn't like this, and so they would write a negative review just to score a point against you. And that literally did affect your income. You've done all this work, and then you kind of get these bots, basically, right? Didn't you get that impression? And the thing is, it's so effective. It takes someone 2 minutes to write a shitty review, and there's someone who ended up writing, like, I think I counted them, 20 or 25 reviews, all of them 1 star. It's like a genuine reviewer would say, I don't like this person's writing. I'm never going to read their book again.
Yeah, you would just not read them. Yeah, exactly.
So why are you reading another one, reviewing it, reading another one, reviewing it? Why? Because it's become your agenda, right?
Yeah.
And what I always found unfair was Amazon, for example, would allow that review to go up. and there's nothing you can do about it. And often the first review your book gets is a negative review from your worst, from the person that hates you the most, right? You write a book and within hours it's gotten a 1-star review.
Yeah. That was, for me, like, I will tell you, like, the absolute low light of, like, generally, like, doing, like, this type of work, like, being in, like, the public true crime arena and publishing and things like that. Like, I absolutely hated having to deal with PR and reviews and social media. Like, I fought it. I like tooth and nail. Like, I really don't care. I don't want to deal with it. Like, I just want to put our stuff out there and then let it be. You know what I mean? Like, I just never.
That was my attitude. Was you write a book, you publish it, and then you walk away, and nature takes care of itself. And I do learn that half of your job is writing the book. The other half is defending it and promoting it, right? Yeah. And I really don't, I still don't like that today. I don't like that you've got to sing your own praises. You do hope that other people will, but they you know, you've kind of got to not just believe in yourself, but you've got to do that effort. You know, you've got to do that.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's definitely true. The so the next case that we did after Oscar was Jodi Arias, and it was kind of like after we were kind of wrapping up, and we wrote, as you could see, I don't think you have it up there on the screen yet, but I think ultimately it was like 12 books on Oscar. You wrote the last one, Justice Eventualis, was after you and I had stopped working together. You wrote that like at the end of 2017, when finally, after that last appeal, you know, that longer sentence kicked in.
Now, I was like,
but I would, if anybody wants to hear,
I just want to say, I was like, at the end of this whole story, I was like the only person sitting in court at the very end of the Oscar's legal journey. And then you kind of realize virtually nobody has the stamina to fully and completely and properly make the case for justice for another person. Virtually nobody has that kind of dedication, stamina, time, love, conscientiousness.
I think this is where web sleuths, right? Like people that are not paid investigators, that are not law enforcement, that are not working for CNN or whatever. I think that's the beauty of what we do, is because we have the time and the passion to dedicate so many hours and years of our lives to actually knowing the story, telling the story, and covering the story. I so appreciate that for other people doing that as well. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's really really honestly doing the work, not just trying to make, you know, a quick buck here and there, but somebody who's really honestly doing the work and is, you know, has a keen eye and good insights and is not afraid to share their insights. I really appreciate that about like the web sleuth community. There's so many smart, dedicated people out there that can really bring a story, a case to life far better than any other journalist working on the mainstream media.
Another one is Cotton Star. But you know what I think it is? I think if you have blogged crime, in other words, you don't have a monetized blog, you've simply covered a case on a blog, that shows somebody who genuinely and not you haven't just put up one blog or two, you've put a lot out there. That just shows someone who genuinely can make an effort for humanity, for the sake of justice, because you don't get anything out of that. By putting a blog up, you've used your own time, you've used your own effort. And the way we did our WordPress blogs, you didn't make any money out of putting up a blog post. And I think
it was never about that for us. I mean, that wasn't our goal.
And I think that was a great way to start true crime, where you're not like trying to make a buck out of every single thing you do. How can I turn this into money? How can I, you know what I mean? And YouTube right now is like 95% that. It's you kind of get the sense it's like this rat race to get the story out so I can make as much money out of it. And where do you care about the person that you're talking about? Where do you have that quiet moment where you look into that person's eyes and you step into that person's shoes? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But because it's this incredible feeding frenzy to get the content out as fast as possible. And although I recognize that before I even covered true crime, that you need to, I mean, do you agree that true crime is time sensitive?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Like you don't just come to it willy-nilly and take your time about it. I mean, we try to bring our books out according to a certain kind of schedule, but on YouTube it's 10 times worse. It's 1,000 times worse.
Yeah.
It's the race to bring something out first. Is there a need to be accurate? Is there knowledge of the law? Is there respect for privacy? Is there insight? No. Above all, I need to do this first.
I really see, and I can speak to this actually through a little bit of my own lens. I really consider YouTube true crime coverage like feeding an addiction, feeding true crime addiction. There's 2 cases right now that I'm really hooked on, and a third that I was not quite as much because it's a little like, so I'm way into the Murdaugh case, the Alex Murdaugh case out of South Carolina, which is on trial right now. And then also, of course, Brian Kohberger, the Moscow, college murders. And then Lori and Chad Daybell. Those are kind of like my 3 cases right now. But in particular, because Murdaugh is on trial, like every day, like, I sit down with YouTube. It's like, instead of like going to a channel, what do you watch at night? Like YouTube, I go and I'm like watching the trial and looking at stuff. But I wanted to make this point actually more specifically with Brian Kohberger and the Moscow murders. I feel it in myself. Like I consider myself a pretty, level-headed, rational, objective, true crime researcher. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't like I like it takes a lot for me to like understand the story. I'm really immersed in it. I want all the information. I want to have intelligent insights about it. Like I don't want to just see these like crazy headlines every day. But yet I also feel that addiction in me that I want more information. So I go to YouTube understanding that, half of the stuff I'm going to watch tonight is going to be shit, but like, I want it anyway. Now imagine like for people that don't have like the ability to kind of wade through like, all the crap of true crime right now. And, they're going to like this insatiable need to like consume all of that. They're going to take it all in. And like, they quite frankly, probably not even care what's true or not. They're just excited that there's something new about Brian Kohberger tonight, so there's a little part of me too. Every time I see something new about Brian Kohberger, I feel that like the addictive part of my personality, like I feel that excitement, but then I have to temper it and say, okay, I got to remember this is probably not true. It's been an interesting, personally, it's been like an interesting insight into this whole like crazy world of YouTube right now and how it just feeds our addictions.
Can I weigh in?
Do you feel that too a little bit? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I weigh in on that? And
sure.
I mean, we must get back to our timeline. This is kind of coming to the end of that conversation, but
yeah.
So let me say 2 or 3 things. One is what I loved about writing books, in terms of, I didn't like the backache and I didn't like the isolation, but what I loved about the process of it was you could concentrate everything, all your thoughts of every day on one case. You made it your baby, right?
Yeah.
And when you get immersed like that, that's when the insights come through. When you eat, breathe, and sleep one case, you become an expert. And I don't really care who you are. You can be a fairly Joe Blow kind of person. You can be a fairly ordinary person, not of exceptional intelligence. Anyone eats, sleeping, and breathing anything for that length of time is going to become the world's experts on it, or the world authority. And if you somewhat more intelligent, somewhat more intuitive, somewhat more imaginative, even more so, right?
Mhm.
So you literally have us covering JonBenet, Ramsey, whatever, every single day for weeks, eventually months, eventually years. And then you have journalists talking to you and they don't actually know what you're talking about. If you had to mention photo 17.7, they wouldn't know what you're talking about. But the point is, when you're writing those narratives, when you're writing a narrative, when you're writing a book, your concentration is it's such a rich quality concentration that's taking place, right? Your narrative's got to be organized. Your narrative's got to be, you've got to synthesize all of that information, edit it, filter it, put it together. It's all got to hang together. You don't have that with YouTube. With YouTube, you think about it for a couple of minutes. It's on the fly, and it's very it's far more reckless and it's far less considered, right? And so right now I'm covering basically 3 cases. The cases that I've been wanting to talk about for weeks. Amanda Knox, she had her anniversary, 15-year anniversary. I've prepared all sorts of content there. That's on the back burner. There's a lot of content on the JonBenet Ramsey case that I wanted to cover. That's on the back burner. That I wanted to cover at the time I wanted to cover it. And anyway, right now I'm covering Alex Murdaugh, the Idaho case, and Nicola Bulley. And to be honest, I don't like that. I don't like covering 3 cases at the same time, because you jump out of this one into that one. You jump out of that one into this one. And the same schizophrenic, fragmented, shallow, superficial handle that journalists have on almost everything. Journalists know a little about a lot. And as soon as you cover all of these different things, you know a little about a lot, but that's not the same as knowing a lot about one particular case.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like about YouTube is, like, I would rather just cover the Idaho case right now. And people don't know this, but I can tell you every single video I put up on the Idaho case gets demonetized for about half a week to a week before they lift that demonetization. In other words, I don't know if it's because it's legally sensitive or what it is, but every single video that I put up on the Idaho case gets demonetized, and after 20,000 views, might be 3, 4, 5 days, they lift that up when they realize, well, it didn't violate anything. And what that ends up doing is it's a disincentive to covering it. You didn't do anything wrong, you're covering it, but it's basically saying, cover this for free. And I do want to cover it, and it's not about money, but it tends to make you think, well, if I'm being punished for covering this, maybe I should cover something else. It's just not really how I would like to do it. I would rather just cover the Idaho case. I'm just saying that adds to the equation, right? Yeah, so I guess that was the thing I kind of wanted to say. The big breakthrough in my journey was really the moment you said to me, okay, let's now cover an American case. So you came to South Africa, you
almost died. I said, enough of South Africa, I'm over it.
you came with me into like one of the oldest legal libraries in the country.
It's really cool.
You sat in the Supreme Court with me, and we saw the 5 judges, and I don't know if you remember our conversations at the time. It was like, I wonder whether any of these judges have read our books. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. I remember getting into that library, which was like totally off limits, and somehow we were able to like finagle it with like somebody you knew, like at the courthouse, and they snuck us in there. And I just remember seeing these books that were like over 100 years old, like all these law books, and you imagine these judges just like sitting in there reading all these old cases. It was really cool. It was such a great experience. That by the way, that the courtroom where the appeal was taking place was tiny. You really, it's so interesting, things you can't really get a spatial sense sometimes of like how big a courtroom or anything is. That's why it's so important to go to like crime scenes if you're really getting into a case, because you just get a whole other sense of appreciation for what's possible and what's not. But anyway, I was really amazed at how tiny that little courtroom was that we were in. It was like a little box.
So the Oscar incident happened 2 days from now, 10 years ago. And by 2014, there was the trial. And if you think about it, by 2015, we started a book series on Jodi Arias. The other thing that's kind of weird is if you could have predicted this, you would have said, maybe you would have written a couple of magazine articles, maybe they would have blogged about it. And it ended up being not one book or two or three, it ended up being something like 14 books, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we were already in a book series mentality, and that just shows we wrote 14 books because of so much attention to detail. I mean, in a way, our attention to detail is why this is such a long discussion already, is because you start talking about something and then it becomes like a Rubik's Cube of other little details that you want to address, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, in true crime, details matter. But anyway, so in 2015, if you think about it's really not a long time, we were already writing about Jodi Arias. These were genuine collaborations. This was genuinely, like, I came into this like, I'm scared. I'm writing for the American market, and I'm like, I'm not American. I don't understand America. It's a jury. What's going on here? You know what I mean? And then
the legal systems are definitely different. I mean, there were for sure differences in the case with Oscar that I wrote about on my blog too. So I get that, like coming into a different country. This is why I was so reluctant too. Partly one of the reasons I was reluctant with Amanda Knox, because I was like, everything's in Italian. It's a totally different place. Like, it's just a lot.
But
you know what I mean? Yeah.
I must say, once you've, as a true crime writer, once you've covered a case in South Africa, and I've covered a couple, Henry van Bedar, Jason Roeder, Oscar. Once you covered a couple, and then you cover American cases, and then you cover Amanda Knox in Italy, you realize there are differences, but a lot of them are, in a way, superficial. The actual thing of what's reasonable, what evidence, that remains the same. The legal standards based on reasonable doubt and do you have a witness and what did the person say? All of that it remains the same. And so although you've got to honor and understand some of the technicalities and some of the setups, I mean, one of the things I've had to acknowledge is that American courtrooms are quite a lot more different than I actually first thought in terms of a jury trial. It's far more theatrical. And I think British courtrooms are also a lot more like South African courtrooms or vice versa. But a jury trial, you just got to get one juror to kind of come onto your side as the defense lawyer, and you basically win. That's not so hard. So in other words, the defense lawyer doesn't have to try and move the earth. He's just got to find a little crack, find a little sympathy way into one juror's heart, and then he's won. And that's not so hard to do.
Yeah. Just jumping ahead into Jodi Arias. So one thing that stood out to me, I loved, one of the things I loved about this book series are the names of the books. This for me, like if somebody had to say like what was like your favorite case to like write about, there's a couple of them. I really can't say one, but if I had to say like a couple, Jodi is definitely one of the top ones. I followed that case when it started. The trial started in 2013 and also ultimately went until 2015 with some odd legal twists and turns with appeals and like death penalty and stuff like that. In Arizona, the jury actually gets to decide if the person once convicted is going to be put to death or not. I can't even imagine being in that position where, I mean, I wouldn't be death penalty qualified, because I would just flat out say I can't do it. Like, you know what I mean? That's too much of a burden. But anyway, I just something about the fact it's a female murderer, which is rare. Most of the cases we cover is men killing other people. So there's that aspect of it. It just kind of changes the dynamic about how you look at the suspectology of this murderer. They were young. This was, you know, a woman killing her lover. There was a lot of salacious details about their relationship. There was no way to cover this case without being completely truthful about both sides of it, both, you know, the suspect and the victim. And this was one of the cases that got us into a lot of criticism with the public about how we talked about the victim. And it had nothing to do with how we talked about him or felt about him. They just didn't. I think some people have this perception of, like, if somebody is killed and they are the victim, you can't say anything bad about them. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, that's just tacky. Why would you even go there? Why would you do that? And it was a tricky case in that aspect, that there's a lot going on with these people, and you would be doing a complete disservice to this story without telling both sides.
There's a very strong sense of Jody evil, Travis good, right? And that's just that's the story everyone wanted to hear, and I think that demonstrated not only this case but also the Oscar Pistorius case. People
and
wanted
honestly,
Oscar.
most cases,
I don't know
most
if you
people want
remember,
to assign evil. Yeah.
I don't know if you remember with the Oscar Pistorius case, the mainstream media supported Oscar. The mainstream media wanted Oscar to, in fact, when Oscar was found initially to be guilty of manslaughter, they were only going to put him in jail for 10 months out in 5. The media were like, great, the judge did a good job, and all the journalists were saying what a good job it was. And I was like, what the fuck? Just like, what is wrong with you people? And it's kind of like that thing of, we don't want to hurt our cash cow. And I thought, yeah, but you've got a fucked up way of thinking here. This isn't justice. This is your idea of justice in a way that suits you. And so it was quite an early introduction to populism, where the what everybody wants to hear is their version of justice, but it's not justice. And you had the same thing in Jodi Arias, where it was like, I want to hear that Jodi's horrible, evil, bad, sick, twisted, and let's hate on Jodi. And at the same time, I want to hear that Travis is wonderful, beautiful, innocent, handsome, all those things. And like, again, you sort of realize people don't want to hear the unpopular story that Travis has also had some things that weren't very nice about him, that him and Jodi were engaging in certain kinds of sexual relations that weren't particularly flattering, right? And I think it was Vanity where there was like quite a, people really started to hate us. It's like, you know, and it was like, I'm just telling you the story. All of this is verified. This is factual. This isn't like it's not like I like Jodi or I don't like Travis. This is simply the story. And, you know, I think it is with as early as the Oscar Pistorius trial and as early as these books. I mean, Authenticity is the title of one of our early books, right? We started talking about the authentic narrative, and we had to talk about the authentic narrative because you had inauthentic narratives out there, you had bogus narratives out there, and that was our early introduction to fake news, where people deliberately distorting stories. And it wasn't only like the defendant putting out PR and the defendant writing fake diary posts. It was also the people who do want justice, but they want a particular kind of story that they want to hear. They want the popular justice story. And it's like, but that's not the truth, and that's not the whole story either. That's not the authentic narrative. Because if you only tell the story of how perfect the victim was, then you can't tell the story of what agitated the perpetrator. Not that he was justified, but what, for example, if Reeva is a genuinely conscientious person, and she wants to do things the right way, could that aggravate and upset an impatient, entitled person? Answer what? You know, and that's the way you get to that story, is by being honest about both people in the story. The good about the bad person, and the bad about the good person, and the bad about the bad person, and the good about the good person, not just the black and white of that one as it suits you, you know.
And by the way, law enforcement is doing the same. I mean, investigators do victimology and suspectology. They need to understand all aspects of this crime, right? So it's not like we are like doing anything that law enforcement hasn't done for the sake of solving this case, right? To get to who did this and why they did it. But I always kind of felt like the titles of those books, even though there's 6, not 7, it kind of felt like the 7 deadly sins. They're human conditions, they're personality characteristics that are not just Jodi and Travis, they're all of us. And this whole series was always a cautionary tale. You know, because there are shades, you know, there's discussions about all of the things that encompass our lives. There's, you know, relationships, there's friendships, there's religion, there's sex, there's money and careers, and, you know, financial issues, and all of those things that that add, you know, complexities to our lives that we all struggle with, were there in these 2 young people's lives. And I just found it fascinating to really fully understand both of them, because they are both so important, like every crime. And there is no such thing as one person being evil. Now, don't get me wrong. Jodi Arias is a horrible person. I mean, she really, one of the things that we'll get to at the end, like I know we were going to kind of share a couple of our high and low moments. One of the, and I won't say it just yet, but like literally one of the most chilling, awful moments I've ever seen in a trial was with Jodi Arias. I dislike her as much as the next person, but there were also moments of working on this case. As you know, we actually had quite a few discussions about this and a few arguments about, you know, how do you have empathy for a killer? And, you know, that's one of the things over the course of working together in the time that we did, was that we realized there is no way to truly understand a killer unless you can find some empathy for their humanity, for where they started and then where they ended. And empathy doesn't mean well, let me just finish really quickly. It doesn't mean that you are justifying, forgiving, explaining away. It has nothing to do with that. It is simply having an objective understanding to the humanity of someone, you know, and how their journey unfolded.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, if you have the opposite approach where you judge them, and you have that populist approach where you say they are bad, they're evil, and you've got some label, then you don't actually connect to that person, and you're not going to understand it. And it's not sympathizing, it's just getting a deeper understanding of what's going on in their thinking. That's all it is. Yeah. And exactly. If you can't do that, you shouldn't actually be in true crime, because otherwise anybody can say narcissist, psychopath, and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
To me, we come into this whole genre to understand ourselves, to understand what's happening in something that seems inexplicable, but indirectly to understand our world and ourselves in it through this. Have a look at the text on your screen here. The real root of this murder is a battle for significance. Jodi, dying on the inside, is not prepared to just fade away. And that was kind of what she was faced with. Travis has broken up with you. Are you okay to just fade away and pick up your life in some other way? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think we've all been in that, where you have this fairy tale idea, you want to do this, you want to do that, and then you realize that it's not working out, right?
Yeah.
And are you prepared to just fade away? And some people aren't. Like, I will not allow this to happen. Anyway, so it says here, Travis, although outwardly confident with his friends, on the inside is also plagued with feelings of inadequacy and questioning his own worth. The essence of this narrative, make no mistake, is social death. It's quite early that we were talking about this sort of thing. When faced with obscurity, one is forced to make a decision. Step out or step back. Thrive or die. On June 4th, Jody made that decision for the both of them. It's quite eloquently put, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to say in this case, just like with Oscar and Reeva, there are definitely some things going on behind the scenes that go even further than your typical, okay, it didn't work out, I'm going to break up with you and I don't want to let you go and I'm going to stalk you. Like that's happening, right? Like Jody doesn't want to let him go. She is, there's an obsession brewing there. And, and like you said, she's not going to fade out into the sunset. But in addition to that, it comes down to survival of the fittest between these two. There were, through a series of like text messages and diary entries and a bunch of other things that we became privy to in researching this case, there were some very heated things going on between her and Travis. There was some like bribery going on, like I stole this from you, I'm going to share this with so-and-so if you don't do this. Like it was getting really nasty and really ugly, where Travis, who was so frustrated, was at the point where like, I'm going to destroy you. You've pushed me to the edge. I'm going to destroy you, and she basically, ultimately at the end, I don't think it was only about simply that he broke up with her and she couldn't handle that. Like he really had the ability to completely destroy her reputation with her family and with her friends and anybody she had ever worked with, even though she didn't, had a hard time holding jobs and stuff like that. He really wanted to just like, he was done with her. He was sick of the shenanigans. And that threat looming over her, she was like, no way. Like, I am taking you out before you have the ability to do anything else to me. So it got pretty ugly between the two of them.
Okay, let's move on to Meredith Kircher.
My least favorite case. So yeah, you actually started working on Meredith, the death of Meredith Kircher. Of course, Amanda Knox and Raffaele Sollecito were charged and ultimately convicted, along with Rudy Gudet in Italy, of killing Meredith, the three of them killing Meredith. There was quite a bit of...
This was our, you could either say my first major setback, or you could say our first major setback, but I would say covering the Oscar trial, although was to some extent stressful and difficult because we were covering it live while the case was happening. That's quite a good example where people very early on said, who are you? Who do you think you are talking about this case? Let the lawyers decide or whatever. And only for the outcome to be let's put it this way, we called the outcome that it ultimately was when nobody else did. The mainstream media weren't, and all that kind of thing. But anyway, and look where we are now, where on YouTube you cover something not like a book that comes out 2 or 3 weeks later. You covered what happened in the trial as it's happening. There's like live chat happening as it's happening. It's a totally different culture to when we were doing it. We were getting extremely criticized, like, how dare you think about this case, leave it to the experts, right? So this was really the first major setback where we were writing about someone who's ultimately found innocent, and we definitely had a lot of pushback from American reviewers. This was where you had organized negative reviews. And this was kind of where I think I hit the first speed bump, where I thought maybe I shouldn't cover this case. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I need to take my hands off it. And I guess I went from that approach to, this is probably the case I most want to demystify.
Yeah, I get that. Like, so you did the first book was called Deceit, and you did that one on your own. I wanted nothing to do with it. I was like, yeah, I'm really, honestly, I don't really want to get into this case. And I initially thought, so by the time we're covering this, you know, they originally were convicted, but then that was overturned and they were set free. Amanda comes back to the States, and then they want to retry her. It's a lot of back and forth legal stuff that you guys can dig into the books yourselves, and without getting into that, about how that all unfolded. But I wasn't feeling it. I just didn't want to get into it, but I finally jumped into it. And of course there were things about that journey that I was like, okay, I really was able to answer some questions that helped me understand this case far better than the PR machine working in the States has told the American public.
Do you remember?
It's interesting because a lot of people in Italy to this day still don't like Amanda Knox, but the perception of Amanda Knox in America is very different than the perception in Italy. And that's PR for you.
And it's also very different to the perception in the UK.
Yes. Yeah, true.
So Deceit is, I think, the only book I've ever written where the title was originally Doubt, and the book had to be, in a way, recast. And then, and I actually think Deceit is a much better title for Doubt. And then I used Doubt in the Madeleine McCann case, and it's totally appropriate. Deceit is the right title for that series, and Doubt for the Madeleine McCann case.
Yeah, agree. Yeah,
I think this was the first time you and I, like, I didn't come into the Amanda Knox case like, this is what I think happened. I simply was researching it. But I think it was the first kind of case where we had quite a significant difference of opinion. Do you agree with that? Like initially?
Initially, yeah. Yes, initially. I did, without knowing. I mean, I thought that it wasn't so much that I was hard pressed to say that Amanda's innocent. I don't want to hear anything. You know, it wasn't like that. I thought that legally, there were some issues with the case that, like, you know, that basically, like, there wasn't enough to legally call her guilty. So I felt like the evidence was kind of weak. But that I disproved that, like, over the course of time, learning what we learned. I mean, I really felt like I did a pretty much a 180 on that. Yeah.
So for those looking at this, that is one series, and then I came back to it, and I meant to write a 5-book series, and I only got as far as 3 books. I wrote Despicable, Foxy Noxy Writes Back, Extradition. The 4th book was supposed to be The Ivorian, and then the 5th book, the final book, was supposed to be Denouement, and so I never really got to finish this series. I did design the covers, I did design the frameworks, I didn't know what they were going to be about. I just got sucked into other narratives. That brings us
I will say that, like, the people on both sides of the Amanda Knox case, the people that support Amanda Knox and the people that don't, are some of the craziest people, honest to God, I've ever encountered. It was a miserable experience. And I, like, it's funny. I mean, I kind of laugh about it. Anytime, like, there's ever any, like, if Nick and I are talking, like, the thought, like, let's talk about Knox, I'm like, I'm out. Like, please, I don't want to have anything to do with her or this case or these people ever again in my life. They are miserable. They are crazy. And yeah, I don't want to deal with any of them.
So I must say, I think covering Amanda Knox was, in a way, like a minefield. I think covering that case was
totally
was like you had to, it was like walking a tightrope, right? Yeah. You had to face a barrage of shit, and you also had to deal with the legal minefield of the case itself. Yeah. And I think that pushed my confidence level up a bit, because I think to write that sort of book and come out of it on the other side, I think you had to be courageous, but also think you had to be smart. and I think you had to write it in a certain. You don't write it like, I think Amanda Knox is, fill in the next word. You write it more like you just tell the story, you show what the evidence narrative was, and you let the reader fill in that space, and that's the secret of writing the book. And I think that education was invaluable to getting us to 2016, because I think I don't think I would have been able to. I don't think I would have undertaken the JonBenet Ramsey case if I'd never done Amanda Knox. I think I would have just felt, where do you start? Like, how do you deal with this? But the Amanda Knox case was sufficiently complicated and difficult that, certainly from the Jodi Arias case, that you kind of had a learning curve. And I must have all the cases we've actually covered. Don't you agree with this? The Oscar Pistorius case is by far the simplest and the most obvious and the most clear cut.
Definitely. Yeah.
It's like the legal thing was a mess and weird and all that. But on paper, the Oscar Pistorius case is one of the easiest and simplest cases you can come across.
Yeah.
So that was a good grounding to learn how to write narrative. And sometimes I look at the actual writing and I'm appalled that it's not better. But and it is what it is, and it is what it is.
The whole idea was always. Go ahead. Sorry.
By the time we got to JonBenet Ramsey, I think we were better storytellers as well. You know, we'd gotten the system fine-tuned to some extent. You know,
it kind of like you were saying earlier, like going back and looking at your Facebook post from 10 years ago, you cringe. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe like I was saying that online. Like there's some early books that I was like, oh my God, we sound like total dorks. But like, you know, I think it did eventually get better, hopefully. But the whole idea, I think some people also too didn't understand, like, why in the world do you need to write like 8 books about one case? And like our style was basically that, like, it was a progression. Like we were actually writing as we were researching, as our opinions were evolving. And some people appreciate that, some people don't, but I liked that.
I think in a way we were doing something that no one had ever done before. We were sort of writing it live, right? So in other words, if there were real-time developments, we were covering those developments real time. And people reading it after the fact. And do you remember us being criticized on Reddit? People were saying, you know, they write one book and then they write another book and they write another book and another book. And in other words, they're manipulating you and they're pulling your strings because they're trying to sell books. What they didn't realize was you come to the case and you write a book like this one, right? The Craven Silence. And do you remember how you and I came to the JonBenet Ramsey case? It was like, I think most people come to it. I came to the JonBenet Ramsey case thinking, I wonder whether John Ramsey didn't commit this crime. And what did you think?
And I thought, you know, it sounds like Patsy wrote the ransom note and Patsy probably did this.
So that's the approach we came to. And one thing that was really, I think, good about you and I being a male-female pair of authors was we did have a difference of opinion. Like we would look at the evidence and then we would often have a difference of opinion on what we were discussing, and then that would actually help us get to the right place. So it wasn't like you'd say something and I'd agree with it, or I'd say we'd kind of debate it and then realize because the one's challenging the other, we'd sort of realize almost together, it's actually that. It's not even what I thought, it's not even what you thought, it's actually something else. Remember that?
Yeah.
That often happened.
JonBenet is such a mountain of a case, and it doesn't have to be. There's so much. There is, like, I feel like so much noise that has continued for 25 years. At the end of the day, and this was actually how we basically started tackling this case, was looking at their statements, and then that kind of becomes a benchmark of, like, every time I research a case, I'm like, give me the interviews. Like, I want to see what these people had to say. And you can, like, instantly start to see these cracks in these stories. and then you start chipping away at like comparing them to what other people are saying and the information and the evidence at the scene, and seeing what just simply doesn't add up. And I will tell you, it was fairly quick that our opinions started changing once we really started getting into this case. It is fun to read Grave in Silence 1 and go back and read my own words about like thinking that, you know, Patsy was ultimately the one to do this. Because that has changed a lot.
What would you say is one of our biggest insights in the JonBenet Ramsey case? I think one of the biggest that a lot of people scoffed at was the whole bicycle, the importance of the bicycle narrative. And a lot of people said, what are you talking about? And I was like, you know what? Are you not getting the child psychology aspect here? This isn't about how important a bicycle is to you. It's how important is a bicycle to a 9-year-old, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a gun residue on a raincoat. It's how important from a child psychology perspective within Christmas. Let's talk about that. So I think that was something we brought into the JonBenet Ramsey case that I hadn't seen anyone talking about a bicycle before, and it even came up with Dr. Phil, where Burke mentioned the bicycle there. But what other thing do you think was quite seminal in our coverage?
Well, I mean, and those are the things too, like John Ramsey, like when you read his words, like, I mean, he's like, you can definitely see for both him and Patsy, but in particular, John, the hot buttons, right? Like without going into exactly what like we think happened that night, you can see there are elements of the story that are a hot button for them, that they're trying to deflect and create a different reality. There's a lot. The nice thing about like anybody who wants to like research this case is that there is so much information out there over the years, a lot of pictures, evidence, DNA, all, you know, interviews, all sorts of stuff is out there, both from the police investigation, as well as all the interviews that John Ramsey and family have done themselves willfully over the years to perpetuate a narrative. All of that can be considered evidence. It's his words. And you can take that and compare it back to all the books and everything else that's out there. But there's a lot of pictures that were released over the course of time. And there was something that we found, that we saw, and we started writing about, and that was the photograph 17.7, which was, it ended up being a picture of the notebook on the glass table in the hallway, the south hallway, where the ransom note was, like, you know, where it was supposedly left on the spiral staircase. In the crime scene photos, it's a little bit difficult to wade through with this case because there's early morning crime scene photos, and then there's crime scene video from in the evening. And sometimes the scene changes a little bit, so you have to try to figure out when things were being taken. But the crime scene, the official crime scene photos of the Ramsey house don't show that notebook, the legal notebook, on that glass table. But in John Ramsey's camera, his personal camera, he had a photograph of that legal pad on that table at some point within this 24-hour time span of this crime. And so why is that? So I'm not looking at chat. If Cotton Star is here, raise your hand because we may want to ask your opinion on this. But I will tell you, there's a blog post that we wrote, and I don't know if okay, so I'll tell you. You can chime in a second. When Nick and I first looked at this a few years back, we saw this picture, and to us, we thought it meant that potentially that was a photograph that John may have taken pre-911 call of that notebook on the glass table. When Patsy's interviewed, she's asked about photograph 17.7, and she has like this emotional breakdown when she sees this picture. And we're like, at the time, we hadn't seen the picture, so we're trying to figure out based on her responses, like, what is this? What is she looking at? Why is she upset? And we kind of came to the theory that this was a mistaken photograph of the notepad that they wrote the ransom note allegedly with. And and oh my God, here's a picture of it that we took by mistake. This is different than the crime scene photos. You know, we made a mistake here, you know, and was like kind of nervous because of that mistake. But in talking to Cotton Star about this in recent times, what his take is on 17.7, you know, John Ramsey had to, for his personal camera, which the police wanted to collect on the scene, this is many years ago, in order to take that film from the camera, he had to finish out the roll. So there was still some empty film left on it. So he fired off some random pictures to give that camera and the film to the police. So this is likely one of those pictures that he took while he's emptying his film. And he captures at some time that morning the picture of the notebook on the glass table. But so at that point, and I don't know what time in the morning that was, maybe Cotton Star, you can chime in. What time was that? Like 8:30, 9 o'clock that the police asked for his camera. Sometime in the morning, they ask for the camera and he gives them this film. He fires off this picture and we can see the notebook on the glass table. But then when the crime scene technicians are taking their pictures also that morning, it's not on that table. So who's moving that pad around and why are they moving it around? And this is where Cotton Star's thought, and I think it's a smart thought, is that, you know, John Ramsey is said to be that morning moving around. At times, Linda Art sees him and knows where he is. At times, he disappears and nobody's quite sure where he is. And he's very dodgy in his interviews about where he was. So, you know, you could see that's a crime scene photo. You can see there's things on the table, but there's not a white lined legal pad on the table at that time.
Wasn't it yellow or was it white?
It's white.
White, okay.
And then Nick, if you want to find the picture that does show the notebook, I think it's like one of the last posts on my Instagram, juror_13. If you want to show the picture that does actually show the pad there. So anyway, so, you know, Cotton Star was kind of saying that, like, you know, I mean, of course we are of the mindset that the Ramseys have some involvement here. That's our theory. And that, you know, John was actively manipulating the scene, trying to move. I mean, of course, the notebook is extremely important because that's where the ransom note is written from. Just moving things around as he felt he needed to that morning. Can you guys see that? Can you put them side by side, maybe so they can see the difference? And you know it's at a different time because look at the bags in the background. If you look at the spiral staircase in this picture that's up there, well, right now, so you can see there's the bags, this picture to the left, you keep moving it around. The official crime scene photograph shows bags pulled away from the wall, like almost kind of in front of the spiral staircase. But the other one, where you see the notebook, you see the pad on the table, in the background, you see those bags are pushed further against the wall. And that's actually something that Cotton Star noticed too. He's got a very keen eye with crime scene photos. So anyhow, I don't know, Cotton Star, do you want to chime in on the chat there? And
so I just want to say, Lisa's referring to this notepad right here, right? And that's the photo that, this is the photo that John took, right?
17.7.
Yeah. This is not a crime scene. And there's the notepad. And then here's the same thing. And this notepad on this book is no longer there. That's the point she's making.
So, you know, the question is, like, at what point was that notebook put there? And what point did it move? Who moved it and why? It's something, it's actually really important because it's the ransom notebook, but nobody talks about it. Like literally nobody in the media has ever talked about this or covered this in an interview. And I just think it's really fascinating.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but we thought this was so huge that we made a real effort to contact the mainstream media and they just didn't understand what we were talking about. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yes,
One
because unless you know the
many,
full inner working of this case, you don't understand the significance of that moving.
It's one of the many, it's not something that's happened 2 times or 12 times. It's happened so many times. You try and explain and they're just like, I don't understand, and then they cut off their communication, and then, you know, kind of thing. And unless you've been immersed in this case, it's difficult to explain, and they don't have the attention span and the time to take it in, and it's very frustrating, but there you have it. A thing that I mentioned to Lisa is what this may show is the staging of the crime scene possibly continuing on the morning after Christmas. That's what it may show. The other thing that people may not appreciate was it was so hard finding samples of Patsy's handwriting. So they wanted to literally look at the ransom note, and they wanted to look at post-its, and just ultimately they really struggled to find Patsy's handwriting. The housekeeper said that she would leave notes all the time, and yet when they tried to find Patsy's handwriting, they had to go all the way to Charlevoix, Michigan, right? They had to go there, and they eventually found her handwriting in obscure places, like the writing on a photograph in a photo album or a card. But I mean, if you had to go through my home and try and find samples of my handwriting, you'd have like a box load of diaries and whatnot.
Sure, I think in most homes,
Yeah, and yet in the Ramsey home, they were like as scarce as hen's teeth, right?
Yeah, one other point that I wanted to make about the notebook too. I think, you know, for anybody who is of the mindset that an intruder did this crime, you know, they make the argument that, well, you know, John, like when the police said, hey, you know, can we see samples of your writing? Where are your notebooks? You know, John walked over, grabbed the notebooks, and there's a couple differing statements about where he grabbed the notebooks from, but it's understood generally he grabbed them by that little nook area where the phone was, again in that like south hallway area, just out, you know, off of the kitchen. So he grabs the notebooks and he hands them to the police. And so, you know, the intruder theorists think that, like, well, geez, like if they wrote the ransom note, they're not just going to turn over these notebooks. Well, there's this thing called plausible deniability, right? And sometimes, like, you have to get ahead of the police finding something out. It was not realistic, if the Ramseys are involved in this crime, that they could get rid of everything that happened in that house and, you know, get rid of it all, bury it, take it somewhere else. Those things don't pan out that way, right? It's not realistic. So they're faced with the fact that they have these elements of a crime in their house, and they're just going to have to deal with it. So just like you have killers that call the police after they've killed someone and say, hey, oh my, Jodi Arias did this. Oh, hey, I was friends with Travis. If you guys need any help, I'm happy to, you know, assist you with your investigation. That's the same concept of plausible deniability. They're getting ahead of the evidence that they know is going to be incriminating to them. And that's basically what, you know, John's like, we have to turn over these notebooks. Like, you know,
well,
otherwise,
we've got to say that that's one interpretation. We've got to be
correct.
clear on that.
It's our,
It's an opinion. It's a possibility, right?
So what is, I'm just reading what Cotton Star said. He said, someone put the actual ransom notepad on that table moments after crime scene photo 52. So the crime scene photo number 52 is the official photo that you put up first. And then this picture is then taken afterwards by John emptying his camera. So who moved it? Who moved that pad to the glass table after the crime scene techs already took their pictures, and why? You know, that's the question.
Well, I suppose if it was moved here after, couldn't it have been a police officer who retrieved it and he was on his way to taking it out? You know what I mean?
Trying to remember the time. Maybe he can answer this too. The time frame of when the camera was collected versus when the notebook was collected. I don't know if we know that for sure.
So Cotton Star, just to put down your opinion on what you think, and then I think we should move on.
So he says yes. Couldn't have been an investigator that put it down on the table.
And so, I mean, it just raises the question, why was Patsy so apparently unnerved by this particular photo? Was there reason for it to be unnerved or not? That's really the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really an interesting kind of debate to say it could be this, but it could also be something else. It's really, it's an area of the JonBenet Ramsey case that you don't really often hear that aspect addressed.
The case is rich with that. There's a lot of really interesting details in the case that nobody ever talks about in the mainstream media. All they want to talk about is, like, you know, the wide open window and, you know, an intruder jumped through it. And
to me, the question is, at what time did John take this photo? That's really the bottom line question. And I think in one of the narratives we did deal with that. At what time would he have likely have taken the photo? And also, because that's really the bottom line, what time was this crime scene photo taken, and what time did John likely take that photo, right? Yeah. And that's really what it comes down to. Okay, so we're going to come back to what Cotton Star says, but I want to come back to our series here. You may not know this, but we were going to do a series, Sequence Star, dealing with the aftermath of the JonBenet Ramsey case, and it actually ended up being, I think, some of the most powerful narratives that we wrote. I personally believe the Day After Christmas series was better than the Craven Silence series. I think the Sequence Star book was better than the Day After Christmas series, even though it deals with the events subsequent to the crime, all the lawsuits, all of the things that were going on. Bear in mind, you also had things like the grand jury investigation and what was going on in the housekeeper. But the intention was actually to write a third trilogy. We're going to write Sequence Star 1, 2, and 3. And then we ran into trouble. I'm not going to say too much about what that trouble was, but it was in a way similar trouble to what we had in the Amanda Knox case. And so we ultimately published Sequence Star 2 as a PDF. It was available as a PDF on one of our blogs. So you could get the access code, whatever. And it was a very unconventional way of publishing it. And then sometime after Lisa and I went our separate ways, I thought, I don't like all the effort that we put into that narrative, and you can't really find it. Some people knew about it, but you couldn't really find it. And then I can't quite remember why I changed the name. I seem to remember there was difficulty using the same name again. And so I had to change the name, so it became Black Star of the Bethlehem. So it went from being a silver star to a black star. And this series is probably the most unknown and underestimated series that we've done. And to be honest, we never really completed this series. It was supposed to be Sequence Star. Black Star of Bethlehem would have been the second book in the series. A Monster would have been a really big book. And then we were supposed to do a third one, and I never really got to that point. And then Christmas Star, I think, is one of the best books of the entire series. And that was just really looking at the last photo in the JonBenet Ramsey case. And that's also something I've never really seen anywhere else. I've never really seen anywhere in the mainstream media, any documentary. I haven't really seen. Have you, Lisa? Have you seen anyone talking about that ribbon in her hair and the possible significance of that?
So you mean the tie that she has up on the, yeah, I mean, I've seen people ask about, like, I've seen like web sleuthers ask about it. I've never seen the general public.
No, what I mean is look into the significance of that. Like, in other words, what does that say about, you know, when JonBenet went to bed, and when was she put to bed, and, you know, if she was put to bed, was her clothing changed? I think wasn't one of John's original stories that he took her shoes off? Wasn't that one of the very first stories? when he put it to bed?
I honestly don't remember, but there were varying stories. Of course, his very first story was that he read the kids a book when they got home, and then that, of course, changed to JonBenet being completely passed out asleep and him carrying her up the stairs and laying her in bed. I don't remember the part about the shoes, but I do remember says that he had Patsy come in to change JonBenet, that she did that, not him.
Yeah. The other thing that is quite interesting that I've been wanting to cover, but just haven't had time so far, is the I must say I've never ever seen this before. Cotton Star's put images of another baseball bat or softball bat found in the garden of the JonBenet Ramsey garden. And you know, it's really weird having written 3 trilogies or more, and then you come across a photo this late into the game, 26 years later, you've never actually seen that before. And so I wanted to cover that, but yeah.
You need to do a Cotton Star show. I think you should have him on.
Yeah, definitely. Cotton Star, do you hear that? We could actually have Cotton Star now if he wants to be on. Okay, so O.J. Simpson, Juice 1, 2, 3. That was basically just doing the whole high profile thing. Everyone's talking about O.J. Simpson, and you kind of started to realize, wow, I realized this, wow, America celebrates true crime anniversaries. And so they're doing O.J. Simpson documentaries, they're doing JonBenet Ramsey documentaries, right? And yeah, I mean, I think this is where my confidence really got a boost, where I thought the other cases were quite easy. Jodi Arias is not such a difficult case. Amanda Knox, in terms of the actual crime, is not such a difficult case. You might think it is, but actually not that complicated. But the JonBenet Ramsey case, in terms of the pageantry, made it seem complicated, also not as complicated as you think it is. But having come through that, it really made me think, wow, I can actually do this. I'm not just another idiot in the true crime space. I actually know what I'm talking about. Didn't you feel that you felt like everything that had been said about the JonBenet Ramsey case had to have been said, because it was the case most covered by everybody? And then you and I started to find out, wow, we actually can make a contribution, you know?
Yeah. You know what, though? I'm going to say, I think the Amanda Knox case is actually very complicated. I think the fact that there's 3 people potentially involved, killing one person, differing motives, just the varying relationships between the people, the complexity of, is there DNA? Is there not DNA? Not to get into, I don't want to get into it, but I'm just saying, I think the Knox case is actually very complicated.
I just think if you compare the Knox case to the JonBenet Ramsey case, then the way to simplify it is you kind of ask the question, I don't want to know covered something up. I don't want to know who was an accessory. I just want to know who did this. Then it becomes a lot simpler. Do you know what I mean?
I think you develop a rhythm. You learn how you look for parallels, and that this is something we've dealt with a lot. You look for parallels in trying to solve crimes. There's certain things that you go to amongst the evidence that you always start with, that becomes your core, like, building block to understanding how it happened. Yeah, for sure. We developed a rhythm over time, got better.
So I think around 2017, I think, if you want to call it the golden age of true crime or the platinum age of true crime, this is where you started realizing, because in a weird way, we started covering everything that was high profile. I mean, I covered the West Memphis 3 case. We covered Stephen Avery. We were and it was sort of like, okay, so that's high profile. Let's cover that. That's high profile. But a point came where you actually couldn't do that anymore because, for example, Robert Durst, that became high profile, but you had to start choosing. that's high profile, but I just can't cover it right now, right? And I must say, the Durst case is one of the cases I wanted to cover the most, because I thought, you know, this is probably one of the smartest criminals we've ever dealt with. This is a guy who essentially got away with his crimes right at the end of his life. And so I want to deal with a really smart criminal. I want to deal with, and ultimately I never did. And when I covered it on YouTube, nobody cared. Just like, who cares about a 1,000-year-old guy who's dead anyway? And he did die very shortly after he was convicted.
Yeah.
Who cares about him? Is a skeleton. And to me, the story was, this is somebody who got away with murder. This is the story of someone who got away with murder.
Yeah.
How did he do it? You know what I mean?
I was really interested in that case too. And it was a bizarre one because it was happening so many years after. So this particular one, of course, he's had a few trials. This particular one was for killing, oh Jesus, I can't even think of her name now. The murder happened in 1990. And now, like, I mean, all these years later, you know, he was finally arrested for something else, for a gun charge. And then they started like looking into this case again. Susan Berman, sorry. I'll make this quick because I know we really need to wrap up. But basically what they had to do, because this case was so old and literally everybody involved in the case is like half on their deathbed, they needed to bring these witnesses in and do recorded testimonies for two reasons. Number one, they were seriously worried people were going to die and they would lose their witnesses. And number two, because Durst is like accused of killing witnesses, everybody's afraid. So like so I actually went and saw some of this trial, and so at the very beginning, so it's like 4 or 5 years ago. And so they started recording all these witnesses. And then there was like, you know, he had illnesses, there was all sorts of legal delays, and then COVID happened. I felt terrible for these jurors because like start, stop. I would never want to be involved in a case in that manner. But it really did literally took 4 years to finally try this case for a murder that happened in 1990, and lo and behold, they finally got him.
The momentum of the case kept getting interrupted. You know, the little piecemeal trial.
Yeah, and they never did get to his original original alleged crime of killing his wife Kathy back in would it be the 70s or the 80s, something like that, maybe the 80s. Finally, let me just make this point and then I'm done. They just finally, because there was enough information that came out during the Susan Berman trial, were able to say, okay, we're now going to charge him with Kathy's murder as well. Of course, they never ran out of time to try him for that.
So okay, I mean, there's a good example of someone you can think may have been a serial killer. There's a good example.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to this. So you and I kind of went our separate ways, or almost kind of around about the time of the anniversary of the Casey Anthony case. That's another case I didn't get to finish. I was about to write the third story called Veil of Tears, and then the Chris Watts case happened. So I sort of, again, I had the cover designed, I had the framework set out, I was busy with it, and then the Chris Watts case happened, and that ended that trilogy. But that was also a case I found tremendously useful for intertextual purposes, including in the Chris Watts case.
Your Chris Watts coverage was huge. Obviously, that like exploded for you. I think, wouldn't you say like your journey into like true crime rocket science, like really like Chris Watts was like a huge vehicle for that, right?
Yeah, I think I would say that the goal that I was, I think, aspiring to was to I don't want to say control the narrative, because that makes me sound like a criminal, but I wanted to kind of define the narrative in a particular high profile case. I wanted to I wanted to be responsible for the definitive narrative, right? And although I personally believe I achieved that, I think a lot of people will say that the person who wrote his book achieved that. I don't personally believe it. There were other people who covered the Chris Watts case as well. And I do think you've got certain responsibilities when you are trying to be definitive, because the one thing that I was wrong about was the shadows under the driveway. I just thought that's ridiculous. And it turned out it was that he was actually allowing his kids to, with his wife dead, he was allowing his kids to run around the driveway. And I do think you've got to be careful trying to apply logic and common sense to criminals. They aren't logical and thinking in a common sense way. A crime, you can think about the most efficient way to commit a crime that isn't necessarily the way it was committed. But,
you also need to think about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
I mean, I did ultimately address that aspect, and I think it was important also for me, kind of as a learning experience, to cover a case in real time and to realize that as much as you knew, as comprehensive as it was, that you need to maintain this. You know, you've never reached a point in true crime or in justice where you know everything and you're the expert and you can sit on your own coattails and say, wow, aren't I awesome? It's important to remain curious even when you've written 1,000 blog posts, even when, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The enemy of authentic true crime is arrogance. The enemy of true justice is the same hubris that caused the criminal to commit the crime, you having that same reckless disregard. You need to pay attention to, unfortunately, what you've also had to learn is you need to pay attention to some of the conspiracy theories. Most of them are bogus, but some of them aren't. Someone would probably say, your photo 17.7 is just another conspiracy theory, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I wanted to make a point really quick when you're saying, like, trying to, like, get into the heart of these crimes, you have to think, you can't just look at something and say, like, you know, nobody would do that. That's not logical. You have to think about, like, you have to step into the shoes of who that person is, what their age is, what their culture is, what the reality of their life is. You need to step into the shoes of Alex Murdaugh to understand, you know, allegedly why he needed to kill his wife and daughter. If you want to understand Amanda Knox, you need to step into the shoes of a college person's life and what they're faced with at the time, not what you're faced with, what they're faced with. If you think a child may have potentially committed a crime, you need to think about it from the mindset of a child. It makes it very complicated because, of course, you are not those people. But that's a really important part of what we do.
In the Amanda Knox case, it's the mindset of a student. In the I'm just trying to think what's the other one. Yeah, even in the Henry van Breda case, it's in the O.J. Simpson trial and the Oscar trial, you've got to think like a celebrity. You've got to think it's on that level. It's not your level, it's their level. Yeah. So anyway, so in 2017, we kind of went our separate ways, and I continued writing books. I wrote Deep into Darkness. This was probably after Amanda Knox, the most dangerous step that I had taken. And I remember when we were writing books together, I felt there was a certain amount of protection I had in sharing the narrative with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I wrote Madeleine McCann, I really felt like, okay, now you need to be very careful because now it's just your name on the book. And you're also dealing with people who have not been found guilty of any crime. Mm-hmm. And that is why a raven suddenly entered the narrative. And people were like, I don't understand, you know, sorry to sound like that, but It's literally like
The most
why
hated
do you-
bird ever.
No, it's like, why do you think there's a raven in the story? Like, you know, you're in the true crime space and you don't understand something. Maybe you just think about it. And I think there were a lot of people who knew why I was doing it, but they didn't like me, and they didn't like the story I was telling, and so they pretend that didn't make any sense when it was all very important to do a certain way. Look where we are now, that the European Court of Human Rights has found the way that they've found, right? And look at the complete silence of the British media. And I must say, I was always very supportive of the mainstream media as someone who came out of it, as a magazine journalist and so on. And as a former mainstream media practitioner or reporter, I have come to hate the mainstream media, especially the British mainstream media, for being so, in certain cases, hypocritical, ignorant, stupid, whatever. And the true crime thing really exposed the bias in the mainstream media long before fake news came along. And you realize with the Oscar trial, Oscar's our cash cow, so we support Oscar. The Madeleine McCann case, the McCanns, if we can get interviews with them, they're our cash cow, so we support them. And you just realize this isn't about the truth, it's about other things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There are very, very few people in the true crime space that are genuinely truth tellers. It seems like it's very hard in the true crime space not to get tempted by easy money. Really seems to be the case.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of content creators too, or who are just doing it for money or fame or whatever, recognize that there are certainly a group of people, not everybody, but there are a fair amount of people in this world that they want to be told what the story is. They don't want to have to figure it out themselves. They don't want to read a book and have any kind of question mark or thing that they have to do the work on. They just want to hear the story. They want the story told to them. This is what this person did, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. Here's my true crime book. There are a fair amount of people like that, right? So that's gold for content creators. You can sell them whatever the hell you want to sell them, and they're going to be like, great, there's the story, you know?
You know what I don't think people realize, and there's a real moral in the story. The picture I have behind me is of Reeva Steenkamps, right? Mm-hmm. And the moral of her story is basically be careful what you wish for, right? And her wish was, you know what, I can actually see me and Oscar being together. And in a way, it was, I think she had genuine feelings for him, and he may have liked her. And I think she thought she can have a very big life on a very big canvas. But the moral of the story was be careful what you wish for. And so what happens is, I would like a relationship with Oscar. Well, you ended up with a relationship with Oscar. And now you realize there are problems with your relationship with Oscar. Yes, but I'm getting my wish. I'm getting the life that I've always wanted. Be careful what you wish for. And so the same applies in true crime and the true crime community. Do you want to hear the story that you want to hear? Be careful what you wish for. You might just get that. Mm-hmm. You might be told exactly what you want to hear. And do you want to live in a world where you get told and where you believe exactly what you want to hear?
Oftentimes what we're going to tell them is not what people want to hear.
Yeah, but
it's usually the opposite.
But what has really shocked me, like I've looked at the hard work I've done over 10 years and the admittedly hard work other people have done over 1 year, and it's popular and it's successful, and then you say, is that what this is all about? Winning the popularity contest, making the most money, being the first to bring a story out. Is that what matters, or is what matters telling the truth? Or is what matters justice? Or is what matters in this entire world authenticity? Does being authentic matter, or is being more popular and more important than that? You know what I mean? And it is very shocking, and it is very invalidating to realize being entertaining, even in the true crime space, being fun and interesting and funny is more important to most people in the true crime community than facts and all that stuff. And I think you kind of just got to acknowledge that that's the case and say, well, that's someone else's deal. I'll deal with my deal, you know. But we are living in a world where do you want to be told what you want to hear? Be careful what you wish for, because you might end up living in that world. And that is the world where people end up committing crimes. People who commit crimes believe they are in fairy tales, and they eventually they commit murder because they can't deal with the fact that their fairy tale's not coming true. They can't deal with reality. Do you want to be living in a world like that where you cannot deal with reality? Where even in the true crime space, where you're supposed to deal with other people's difficulty dealing with reality, and you can't even be real about fucking that, how do you ever hope to deal with that in your own life, right? And what I'm seeing more and more and more is that people, even in the Nicola Bulley case, it's like, what is the reality in this case, right? Same as in the Kylie Rodney case. So how do you look for a person in water? It's a very, very simple question. In the Kylie Rodney case, how do you look for a person in water? In the Nicola Bulley case, how do you look for a person in water? You know what? I think I know how to do it. And you know what? I don't even think we should be looking in the water. And what that really says to you is maybe you're not very good at dealing with the real world. Maybe in terms of this case, you're not very good at dealing with the real world. And then it kind of asks the question, how good are you at dealing with the real world of your life? And it's not me pointing the finger at you, Lisa, or the viewer. It's asking the question in a general sense. How good are we at dealing with the real world? And the answer is we're not very good. And we're getting worse and worse and worse at it. The more and more we say, tell me what I want to hear. Because we're not good at dealing with what we don't want to hear. We shut it down, we block it out, we do this, we don't support it, we unlike it, we criticize it, and we're not very good at it. We're not very good at keeping two opposing thoughts in our mind at the same time, you know? It's got to be black or white, it can't be gray. And that's not how the world works. That's not how our lives work. And a character isn't just black or white. The perpetrator isn't black or white, and the victim isn't black or white either. And if we want to live in a black and white world where you hear exactly what you want to hear, and you get this reinforcing sense of the bad guy is really, really bad, and I really hate him, and you know, he's not just a killer, he's a serial killer. Oh, and I feel so good about that certainty that I have. And the victim is completely innocent, and no victim deserves to be murdered. Make no mistake. But a victim also has things that they do. You could actually talk about in the Idaho case, you could say, did the professors and students treat Brian appropriately? And you might say, I think they did. Then you could ask the question, could they have treated him in a slightly different way? Just in terms of the bad Teachergate thing, could they have not had him stand in front of the whole class and be criticizing? If that had happened to me, I don't know how well I would deal with that. I don't know about you. How would you feel in a professional situation having 75 people younger than you take you down to the applause of the lecturers? They may be 100% justified in doing that, but it's kind of like a kangaroo court, right? Is that the right way of dealing with that?
Yeah. The reality is my dog has to go to the bathroom.
Okay, shall I take this over for a few minutes and then you can come back?
Yeah, you want to close out and I'll say goodnight?
But I want you to come back though.
I'm tired. How much longer?
20 minutes.
Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, see you in a moment. Okay, so the last thing I kind of want to talk about, and I want Lisa also to talk about this, is what are our greatest achievements in true crime? We do want to talk about the lowlights, but I think I've kind of already touched on those. So this is what Lisa wrote about her memorable moment. She talks about her blog unexpectedly exploding from a few readers to over 50,000 views in one day. Oscar being found not guilty of murder to ultimately what happened there. Meeting Barry and June, meeting the parents of Reeva you see behind me. That was definitely a memorable moment. I'm going to put it over to you guys in chat right now, and then I'm going to give my opinion. What do you think has been, in terms of a narrative, what do you think has been either my book or Lisa and my books, the best book, the best contribution you've ever seen from us in terms of true crime? What would you say that is? So these are some of the books that we've mentioned during this this episode. That's Bloodline. I actually wrote that prior to going into true crime. You can see it's just got one review. This is the Black Star of Bethlehem series. Quite high review, quite a high rating, 4.8. This is The Murder of Vincent van Gogh. Quite a high rating there, 4.8 as well. But what would you guys say is are you back, Lisa?
I'm here. Yeah. I'm a little distracted, but I'm here. Sorry.
So first of all, I want to hear, Lisa, what do you think is our best contribution in terms of true crime, like yours and mine, and then yours only, and then maybe mine only, and then we can call it a day.
Honestly, I do think our work in Oscar, I feel like there are aspects of our work in Oscar that actually did have an effect on the outcome of the case. The thing that's a little bit unique about South Africa is that the prosecution can actually appeal. They can appeal verdicts, they can appeal sentences, depending on a variety of things. And that's what was happening in South Africa. I do feel like where you had talked about, there's this whole contingency of people that were supporting Oscar and rooting for Oscar. There were other people, but maybe less, that understood this case in a different level and saw what happened to Reeva and really wanted to fight for her. And we did legitimately fight for her in a number of ways and reached out to a lot of people, and were very vocal in the case and very vocal with the right people, and certainly with her family. And I do feel like we had a bit of a part of that prosecution continuing to push on and push on and push on and say, we are going to get the right sentence. And even talking with Barry and June, originally Barry and June were pretty, like, this is a terrible way to describe it. I don't want to say laid back, but let me just make this point really quick. Like Barry and June were kind of like, I think, so emotionally distraught. They were like, okay, we're going to tap into our religion and let's forgive Oscar. It's not okay. We're distraught. We hate what happened. But they were a little bit more like not so much really going after Oscar doing a bunch of time in jail. But we had some conversations with them about that, about like the reality of like, he deserves that. I'm not here to tell people what they should think or feel or whatever, but I won't belabor the point. I do feel like our work in that was pretty profound, and I think it touched a lot of the right people to make an impact on the case.
Yeah, I must say the Oscar case is very personal. It felt very personal.
It is, yeah.
But it felt like we actually felt in a way like activists. Didn't you get that sense?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I must say, if I had to talk about your work, I think you've done a phenomenal job on Juror 13, covering the JonBenet Ramsey case. I think there's some incredible work there in terms of the DNA narrative that you've done with Cotton Star. I think there's some incredible work you've done with clothing like the pink nightgown and the blood evidence. And that really is exceptional, and you don't find that anywhere else. Often when I'm doing my own independent research, I'm actually very impressed and kind of pleasantly surprised how you're looking for something and you do a Google search. It might be for images or it might be for information, and either your blog comes up or Shakedown comes up. It happens quite often.
Yeah.
The same thing also happens with the Chris Watts case. You're looking for very targeted information, and then your own blog comes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think your work, you and Cottonstaff really, in certain areas of the JonBenet Ramsey case, you guys should be on TV. You know what I mean? They should be. I mean, you in California, right? They should be calling you and like, hey, let's talk.
I think my work was pretty good on the case. I'll take that, but his work is pretty stellar. So your work was great on it too. I mean, honestly, I think all three of us were very dialed in. We're still, dialed into the case. Sorry. But yeah, he's kind of continuing on with it. That's really, his baby, where he likes to focus his time. He works on other cases, but that's certainly his focus. So yeah. Sorry, my dog's freaking out.
Some cases that I really wished the world could have stopped and I could have just had more time was, for example, the West Memphis 3 case. I just wish I had more time in that. I would have loved to have written a follow-up to the murder of Vincent van Gogh, dealing with the woman in his life. But I personally think my own personal opinion is that my best contribution is this book. Not only because I think I was the right person to write the book, in the sense of my great-grandfather's an artist and you did need someone familiar with true crime, but I also went there. I also went to Al and Orvez, and we grew up in Noonan, and we're still kind of going through the letters. And by the way, I'm hoping to continue. Run the World says that's my favorite. The West Memphis 3 is actually a very difficult case.
It is.
One thing I've learned in true crime is the cases are much harder from the outside. So before you even touch them, they seem extremely hard, and then when you start working on them, they're not nearly as hard as you thought. The JonBenet Ramsey case, once upon a time, seemed formidable. Now it doesn't seem that complicated to me at all.
I feel like there's like something that like when you get into these cases, like there's a moment that once you see it, it clicks. And, you do have to be careful. Like you said, you can't be so stuck in your theory that you're not like allowing yourself to see other things as you continue to investigate. But I do think there is like, yeah, you get into it and then there's this moment you're like, I get it, I see it. And then the pieces fall together for you,
Stephanie, unfortunately, Scarlett doesn't like appearing on camera.
Oh no, she does.
Oh, does she?
I didn't want to bug her before because she was like happily chewing on her bone. She's like, can we go do something? She's been like ignored all day.
I'm sure. My dog's gotten stir crazy because it's been raining all day for the past 2-3 days. He's like, I cannot believe what is going on with you. Why are you still in your chair? Kind of thing. Do you want to get Scarlett?
She's like literally sitting over here, like staring at me, like so pissed off right now. Do you want me to go pick her up?
Yeah.
Let me go get her.
Come.
Okay, hold on.
Come, boy.
Come here, love. Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Timmy, come. Hey.
Do you want to say hi to everyone?
Hey, come.
Come here,
Come, boy. Come. Come, boy. Come. Yeah. So I must say, I do wonder whether our dogs will ever meet in real life. That would be quite something.
Hello. I know. I don't know.
They kind of look like us. Like
oh my God, they do. That's so funny.
We've got color coordinated. Yeah.
Look at us. We're so fancy. I know. Look at our pretty pups. Hi, Timmy. Hi, you see Timmy? You say hi. You say hi. That is hilarious. We
I
look
take
like
it-
our dogs.
Yeah, it's true. And I've also got a beard like my dog. Scarlett is.
You know what?
Look, my dog's beard's the same color as mine.
Scarlett loves to go on the table, and I let her because why not? We only live once.
Yeah, my
So
dog
she's
as
like,
well.
okay, you want to go up on the table? There you go. Do whatever you want.
Scarlett's a girl, right?
Yes.
Has she been fixed?
Yes.
Too bad.
What,
Otherwise we could have
what are
had-
you planning for her? Okay,
No,
that's
I
a little
think we could
twisted,
have,
but you know.
The legacy continue, but within our dogs. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. What would the dog's name be?
Amanda.
No, absolutely fucking not.
Okay.
Sorry, Scarlett, for the swear.
Okay. Anyway, I thought that was quite funny. Okay. I want to thank you for this conversation. Didn't quite go the way I thought it would. I thought we would. We did what we gravitated.
Does it
to,
ever?
which is- we did what we gravitate to, which is we end up talking about the details of true crime. You know.
Yeah.
But I think you guys got a kind of a sense of you know, some background and our attitudes to the whole genre now. One thing we didn't touch on that I think is quite interesting is, do you remember the days of SoundCloud and Skype, right? It just
Yep.
seems like so passe at the moment, doesn't it?
It does. Like I was saying to you, like I can't like, yeah, I had so much content that was like uploaded and I like, it's like now it's like gone or it doesn't work anymore. I can't find it, but it's just in a very short window of time. Like I look at what people are using now to do, you know, all of their shows and stuff. And like, I feel like we were doing our shows like 30 years ago. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was so archaic. like I'd be like patching things together on like, you know, like iMovies and like stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I look at my original YouTube videos, it is very cringy. In fact, if I just look at a couple of months ago, it's even cringy. But I mean, that was our attitude. It was facts first, and let's tell the story, not how sexy do we look and how snazzy is the technology and so on.
And frankly, it still is. I mean, look, I'm retired. You're not, but like, but that is still very much like you know, you've definitely doing a phenomenal job. I will say, like, one thing I will give you kudos, like, you know, we used to get ragged on like, you know, years ago for some of those things that you're talking about, sound quality. I can't hear you, you know, you're mumbling, you have an accent, you know, whatever, you're annoying. Like each one of us would get our own like criticisms and stuff like that. But like, you know, I've been over the course of the last year have been, you know, more dialed in watching to, you know, some of your shows on True Crime Rocket Science. And it's you have done such a good job with it, honestly. Like your content, your delivery, like your production, like all of it is pretty cool. You're all grown up now. Look at you.
Okay. Do you remember?
So cheers to 10 years. Good job, Nick.
Yeah. Do you remember us going on to that one? I won't say his name. Do you remember us going on to? We spoke about Madeleine McCann. And we went onto this kind of conspiracy channel. And,
yes.
And,
yeah,
and
I do.
He wanted us to talk about Pizzagate and all sorts of stuff. And he got so upset with us. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah, we had a fair amount of people that told us to, you know, go fly a kite.
Yeah.
But we were always going to be who we are. And like, we're also going to stand true to what we know of these cases and stuff, and not just do and say what everybody else needed us to do. So
I think
I'm proud of that.
Another highlight for me was our interview with Beth Karras. That was pretty cool.
Beth was great. She was really great to work with. Yeah.
She's still one of the best. I mean, she's a clever lady, and she's coverage of true crime's appropriate. It's smart. It's got the right attitude. You know what I mean? She really
Yeah.
knows her stuff.
Agreed.
I said this to you before we went live, just that for me, covering true crime for 10 years has actually felt like filling up a bucket with a hole in it. You keep pouring information into it. You keep, especially with JonBenet Ramsey, you keep trying to showcase the authentic narrative. Meanwhile, behind you, you don't really know where, but some of your information is being distorted on Reddit, or it's literally being deleted. I mean, so much of our work has actually just been lost, just through whatever, through the war of attrition. You don't even know it when you go and look again. A book that you wrote's no longer even there. It happened behind your back. A blog that you wrote, or even the entire site being wiped from orbit, right? So you're doing all of this effort, and meanwhile, slyly behind your back, it's parts of it are being erased and taken away. And this is also why what infuriates me is, in this sincere effort just to tell the truth, you are what's the word? You are silenced by this deafening cacophony of bullshitters on YouTube. It really aggravates me. It's like, does the truth have a fucking chance? Does just the ordinary, unvarnished truth, the authentic narrative, does it have a chance when you're outnumbered by clowns and opportunists and whatever? You know what I mean? And even if they think they're doing a good job and they think they're doing it the right way, you've got this noise, this constant deafening noise, that silences the work that you're trying to do. And you don't get any credit from them. It's like, I went onto another channel that I thought I respected, and then you hear what they actually think about you, and it's like, you know what I mean? It's and that's what I really appreciated with us, was we came from a totally different neck of the woods, and you were someone who wanted to tell it like it is, right? And you were interested in the actual story and in the actual thing. Let the evidence lead us, right? And I was interested in that as well. And we were able to have a really authentic relationship, a really authentic partnership, where we were both working together towards the same end. Let's tell this story. And you see it so seldom in true crime. You so seldom see people who can leave their shit on the side and just tell the freaking story the way the freaking story actually is to begin with, because they want to get what they want to get out of it, And I really appreciated that about you all along. You weren't even trying to make money out of it. I mean, there was a point where I had to make a living and I had to sell books, but you were doing it for the what do you call it? The integrity of the story that you were trying to tell. And that really always meant a lot,
Thank you. Yeah. And still to this day, I mean, even though I don't write about it or, YouTube about it or stuff like that, I mean, I do find myself constantly perplexed by cases. And once I go down that rabbit hole, I have to continue with it. I have to know why. I need to understand the truth of the situation. But I very much appreciate what you've done with True Crime Rocket Science. I think you've done a stellar job. I think that, like, I see it, you talk about, like, the truth is in tatters. People's desire for the truth is in tatters out there. And it actually terrifies me for the world. But who knows, maybe with, the rebellion, I see you as part of the rebellion. Maybe someday it'll come back. But, we always made those, like, Star Wars references. It was always a fun reference to make. It's such a rich reference in life. But yeah, no, I do. I feel like, you're kind of like, you've always been a fighter for the rebellion, on the side of truth. And so, you're doing your thing. You've got a lot of followers that listen to what you have to say. And I think that's pretty cool.
What I wanted to do in this live, I wanted to kind of go to our Shakedown blog and play some of the Shakedownisms, You know what I mean? All of those things that we reference in our narratives.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that would have kind of added a fun component to it. One thing I want to sort of leave people thinking about is, can you tell people how shit hard it was to write books with me? Like, writing a book isn't easy. Thanks a lot to Stephanie.
It's not. Hey, Stephanie.
Is that all you're going to say?
4 hours in. Hey, Stephanie.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not. I mean, it takes every ounce of energy inside of you and focus. Like you can't sit and write when you've got like 1,000 other things going on. It's just virtually impossible. It just takes not only the writing, but like the content of what you're covering. Like I think most people that are like here watching this live right now are probably of our general mindset. You get so consumed with these cases. It's like every single day you're taking it in. And at some point you feel the exhaustion of that. Like you're living in this really negative, difficult space. You have to find a balance. And when you're in the midst of writing, it's impossible to find a balance. You just can't. If you want to get the work done, you have to forget about that and just plod on until you're done with it. And then maybe you get your break. So for me personally, it wasn't sustainable. I couldn't daily be in a space of keeping up with, I mean, I had a full-time job as well, right? But like there was partly I couldn't do it. And then also I didn't want to do it. It was just too much. I mean, it just was really overwhelming. And there really was this sense of I felt free. Like when I walked away from it, I'm like, it's a lot.
I feel that as well. I feel like psychologically, physically, I need to get back a kind of a balance. I think you can't, especially the way I do it, the way we did it. When you are authentic about it, it's so much more personal when you get attacked and maligned and undermined. You know what I mean? If you are treating true crime like a joke or a way to make money, then I don't think it affects you, all of that stuff. But when you put yourself, your heart in it, then it feels so much more personal, everything that happens, you know?
Yeah.
I just want to see what Terry said. Okay, thanks a lot for that. I just want to thank the mods who are here, all the members. Thanks a lot. Some of you have been here for 4 hours. Well done. Thanks for sticking it through with us. And that I think is the next part of the journey. I would say, I would say a lot of the work that Lisa and I produced came at great cost. You've got no idea how hard we worked to write, edit these books. The story you've heard, you might say, well, you told us everything there was to say in 4 hours. Believe me, the much darker side, the really toxic, awful stuff, we haven't even spoken about. It's too dangerous to talk about. It's too, it's anyway, it's stuff we're not talking about.
Yeah.
So we've only shed kind of a little bit of the surface stuff that we are okay with talking about. There's a lot of stuff we simply won't talk about. It's just not worth it, and it's too dangerous to do. And that's why you've kind of got to have the adult part of you in the true crime space, where you can also say, like you did, Lisa, I need to walk away from this. I need to live as well. Mm-hmm. And I've kind of reached that point where I want to be more selective about my coverage. I want to semi-retire. I've said this before. If I had reached 100,000 subscribers last year, which I think I easily could have, I was at 85,000 before this point last year. I probably would have semi-retired last year, right? And semi-retired means exactly that. It means covering certain high-profile cases at a certain time, but also selectively not covering certain cases. In other words, certain cases are going to come up and there's just going to be silence on this channel. And sometimes we'll cover it and sometimes we won't. I'm certainly not writing books, hopefully for the next 10 years. Maybe when I'm 70, I'll continue or whatever. But that came at great cost. Writing 100 books came at great cost, and the way that people dismiss that, oh, it's almost like the more books you wrote, the less it means. It's kind of ridiculous. But anyway, having come out the other side, I think one of the biggest contributions I think I've made, besides specific narratives, is the system that deals with intertextuality, and also the formulas that we, looking at identity and looking at dynamics. I think that formula is something that is, and the whole Becker approach with Ernest Becker in terms of understanding the symbolic aspects of crime, understanding the things like social death. I think that takes you very far advanced into the sociology and the psychology, and that's an aspect that true crime doesn't seem to understand or respect very much. And I think I think that does mean something. So we had 4 hours 5 minutes. It's been a 10-year journey. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank so many of you who've been with us for such a long time, who've read our books, who are with us with the book side of us, and then from there or the blog side to us, and then followed us from one case to the next, to the next, to the next. And it really means a lot. And hopefully we can get to meet some of you at some point and shake hands, give each other a hug or whatever. But the next phase of this journey is going to be a less intense phase, no question about it. Less intense coverage. It's going to also be slightly more affirmative. Travel, fitness, food, places, not me sitting behind a desk talking to you, but me somewhere else. One place here, another one video over here, another video over there. And just less work overall. And hopefully that interest in the world and going out into the world beyond the hypotheticals and theories of true crime will also lead you back into the living part of your life. It's almost like a tree that seemed to be dead in winter that comes back to life as the season changes. It was alive all along. It just needs to remember the light and to remember that the clockwork of the seasons have reached that point. So it's kind of a seasonal change, and that's where we are now. I think 10 years is a long time to be dealing with true crime all day, every day, almost nonstop. Do you agree with that? 10 years is a long time to be this intensely covering cases.
It is. It definitely is. I'm just laughing because my dog is like seriously having a meltdown over here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a very long time. I understand. I understand your burnout. I don't know how you've done it for so long.
I don't know if I don't really feel burnt out now. I just feel tired. I just feel like I want to be alive. I've been burnt out. The JonBenet Ramsey case is a case that burns you out, definitely. Mm-hmm. If you're starting out. But I just want to thanks a lot for that comment, and all the authentic people here. I really appreciate you guys. Sharon says best 4 hours ever. How do you like that?
Oh, that's so sweet. You have some really awesome people that follow you here. I love reading the comments from everybody. Some really smart, interesting people. Very cool.
I wonder whether if I had just gone into the Jodi Arias case on my own, if I would have picked up any American readers, because just thanks to all your work on your blogs and the web sleuth folk that you were like, guys, this is Nick. And America kind of, some of America anyway, kind of accepted me. And I was honestly a bit worried about that. My name doesn't sound American. I don't sound American. Is there anything I've got to say to Americans that they want to hear? And I owe a lot to America. I owe YouTube, Patreon, and Amazon are all American companies.
Mm.
And at the time I went to true crime, I was fighting to survive, to put food on the table. It was literally to pay rent, to actually have a job. I had to leave the country to get work. And so I owe a lot to America that I was able to work and make some sort of living. And a lot of it's up thanks to you guys. So thanks a lot. Mickey says, this has been great. Lisa, you have been a delight.
Oh, thank you. That's sweet.
Yvonne says, we look forward to your next phase. Thanks a lot, Yvonne. Yvonne's been an incredible fan of the whole Van Gogh journey, and I'm hoping to continue that in March. I'll do one more episode on this channel and then shift everything to Team Peachtree, all the Van Gogh coverage. I also want to just credit Lisa. One thing that I really appreciated with Lisa when we wrote books together was Lisa was able to reduce complicated human dynamics into cool sounding American commentary. And sometimes with expletives thrown in. I learned to write with expletives through Lisa,
Yeah, and my 12-year-old sense of humor.
I remember reading a few emails where after we'd published books, Lisa would say to me, do you know how many times we said the F word in this book? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We there's just no way to like be in this dark space and not have some brevity. So hopefully we did it respectfully. I mean, that's one thing that we were always try to be careful of is that, if we were going to interject some humor, that it is never pointed at anyone in a mean way, that it's really just meant to, for the moment, like lift the spirit. But also too, I think like there's a real art in pointing to the absurdities of life. And there is a lot of absurdity in crime and in trials and, the process of like, prosecuting trials and defending trials. So I think we tried to like kind of mirror absurdity in some of the things that we did with funny memes and in our ebooks, we would always kind of like hyperlink to funny little clips that just resonated with us. Somebody says something, it reminds us of something else. So we hope that like, the readers got a little chuckle in that moment and it kind of, lifted it a little bit, what could be like a really, really dark conversation,
I want to sort of end off with, I just want to highlight this wonderful comment by Iceland from Hawaii. She says, I don't know how could ever repay you for all you've done for my life. I know there are some people who have felt we have helped them just in the way they think about things. And that means a lot to us. If you're able to think effectively within your own situation, you're able to see the woods for the trees kind of thing, then that does mean a lot, so that is really cool. So I'm gonna play out with this interview that was done a long time ago, and it was the very first radio interview that I gave, and I'm just going to play out with this particular video, and I want you, when I do play out with it, I just want you to think about Reeva, that this actually all started with Reeva. It started because a real person who probably would have been about 40 years old now, she had her whole life ahead of her, and her story touched us in a way that we ended up writing 14 books about that one case. I don't think we've written more books about any other case than that one case. We got to know, I think it's one of the few cases where we actually saw the real original autopsy photos. We got to see the real original police photos in an intimate way that the media didn't see and most other people didn't see. And because of that, it really reaches you. You don't only see the beautiful pictures, you see the broken body, you see the horrible injuries, and you realize she's not here anymore. Who is going to tell her story? Her story is not being told. Who's going to tell her story? And I can't help thinking, in the way that we've tried to tell her story, who's going to tell your story one day? Who's going to tell my story one day? Is there anyone in the world that can remember you the way you really were? And I just hope that, I don't think there's much hope for that kind of thing happening, but I do hope that the people who have gotten to know us in their lives, maybe that's going to help at least one person somewhere have their real story told about them in a way that truly honors them and does justice to them. Because there's so much of not that happening in the world. There's so much bullshit in the world, and bullshit is in the world. And so all of this started with Reeva, whose Facebook was genuine, whose story was genuine, and we wanted to tell a genuine story in a genuine way. And hopefully we've sort of done that. Hopefully we've achieved that. But can you see how much work it takes? Can you see how much that extracts out of you? It does come at great cost. Lisa, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all you've meant to me. And I know you've meant a lot to the readers as well. There were a lot of readers who said, I always like reading the chapters Lisa writes, right? So, you know, Lisa, thanks for your part in our journey together with the JonBenet Ramsey case and in Africa. Thanks for being part of my journey.
Yeah, well, I mean, right back at you. Honestly, you opened up a whole world for me, a whole way of thinking that really expanded my life as well, without question. So, so many great memories from working together and our friendship, and I feel very grateful for that.
Thank you, Lisa. All the folks still in chat, awesome. Lisa's going to take her dog for a walk after this. I'm going to take mine as well. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm going to just play out with a clip from this 5-year anniversary special. Thanks everyone for joining us with us, and here's to the next 5 or 10 years, whatever that's going to be. Well, you can't actually see the glass. Okay, well, the glass is over there, and the glass is half full, right?
Cheers. Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
Cheers, guys. All the best.
What is your opinion about the Oscar case? So in studio with me, give me some mic. Nick, where's this mic now? There we go. Nick van der Leek.
That's me.
Welcome to
Thank you.
OFM studio.
Thanks. Thank you.
On a lekker hot Sunday night.
Seems to be the coldest night of the year.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So thanks for the trouble coming out in this winter night, but amazing. Before we get to you wrote a couple of ebooks about Reeva, about Oscar, about the case. Before we get there, just for the listeners, a little bit of background. You're a journalist. That's all I know. And I know you fanatic about sport as well. Or a sportsman. What's your background?
Yeah, I don't actually think of myself as a journalist. I think of myself as a writer.
Okay.
I do a lot of freelance work for a lot of magazines. And that's not really, I'm not sort of doing that because that's what I want to do, if that actually makes sense. I'm actually writing these articles to be in a position eventually where I can do what I really want to do, which is publish fiction.
Okay, so your dream is to be a fiction writer. At the end of the day,
but not
a
obscure fiction writer, a fairly prominent one. It's very difficult getting into fiction, so I've taken this roundabout route, and the idea was really just to basically have a